I'll declare the meeting officially open. And can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today. The Western Waka Waka, the Guybil and the Jarrawa people, together with the Bigambal people from further out. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. August, councillors, at a time when we do a lot of remembering those who sacrificed for this country. It was just last weekend where we remembered the Vietnam veterans at a very special ceremony. I thank Councillor Taylor for being there too. Despite the fact that it was cancelled, we did have the honour of placing a wreath in remembrance of the work that was done and the lives that were lost in the Vietnam War. But also the very same day was the 75th anniversary of victory in the Pacific. And I think to those people who sacrificed during that period of time of the Second World War while the Pacific War was raging, I think we owe them a lot. Of course, this coming Sunday, we'll remember the Battle of Milne Bay, which heavily involved our 25th Battalion here, and it was one of the turning points, the first turning points in the war in the Pacific. Are there any apologies today and anyone wishing to be granted leave of absence? If not, we move then to the confirmation of the minutes. The ordinary meeting held on the 21st of July 2020 and the special meeting held on the 22nd of July. Would someone like to move the true and proper record, please? Councillor McDonald has moved that.
Mr Mayor, there's a slight alteration to the ordinary meeting minutes.
Yes.
Good, and it's just in relation to item number 15, just needs to have a seconder in the motion. Moved by Councillor Carl, and the seconder from my note-taking was Councillor McMahon. Item number 15, confidential appointment of independent audit and risk committee members.
Okay. Comfortable with that, obviously.
Yep.
It's been overlooked, and if you council comfortable with that? Okay. So in respect to the ordinary meeting on the 20th, we'll do have a mover, please. Councillor McDonald has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move to item 3.2, which is a special meeting of council held on the 22nd of July. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. A seconder, please. Councillor Taylor. Any comments? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Is there any business, any petitions that anyone wishes to present today?
Business arising. Business arising.
Oh, sorry. Business arising from the previous minutes. Anyone wishing to bring any matters up? Okay. Presentation of petitions. No petitions? Okay, we'll then move to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. You would have received notice this morning that this matter was coming forward. It's a simple matter. From my perspective, we do not need a seconder in terms of the mayoral minute. They don't need to be seconded. But the reality of it is, and you've read the motion, Council worked to form a water alliance to include, but not limited to, the Southern Downs Regional Council, the Western Downs Regional Council, Tenterfield Shire Council and the Toowoomba Regional Council. Very reason for that is this was an informal partnership that was formed on the 16th of May last year as a result of the difficulties they were having in Warwick and the concerns that Mayor McVeigh from Western Downs and other mayors were talking about in terms of our water futures. It was a meeting that included a representative from the Tenterfield Shire Council. On the 21st of October, the CEO and I attended a meeting in Canberra. We flew to Canberra and we had a meeting with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister, where we talked about that very subject. In recent times, I've noticed in a particular interview, and I'm trying to find it again now, but the Prime Minister made it very, very clear that South East Queensland needs more work done in terms of its water future, and that they would like to spend some money with us. We're certainly open for that. It was just yesterday that there was a meeting between the local RDO, the USQ, a representative from Tenterfield, as well as we were expecting James McTavish, who was the cross-border commissioner, to be part of that, but at the last minute he couldn't be there. But the plan of this organisation is that there needs to be preliminary work done in the broadest sense, and also the fact that we're working as a group, we can probably achieve a lot more than we could do individually. So that's the very purpose of this. It came out of the crisis that there was in Warwick. I guess that was the thing that really motivated us to get together and begin to talk. So there are many options, and I think the essential thing that could happen as a result of our cooperation with the CRC effort that's going to be done by the University of Southern Queensland, hopefully, would be some essential mapping so that we can see the opportunities that do present themselves. Is there anyone else wishing to make any comments in respect to that before I put it? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor Antonio. Thank you for this motion. If I'm thinking about the intent of the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be that you want to formalise all those informal conversations that I had with elected councillors, and there's recognition that united we stand and that there's strength in numbers. But I would challenge the inclusion of Tenterfield Shire Council in this motion. And my reasons for that are, as soon as you include Tenterfield, there's an implication that we're considering water options south of the border. And as soon as that happens, we run into all of the same old problems. We run into Section 100 of the Constitution that says Queensland owns the water north of the border, New South Wales owns the water south of the border. We run into problems with the very high degree of marginality of some of those state and federal seats in northern New South Wales, and that's that hypercharges the political nature of this. We run into problems with New South Wales Water talking with and cooperating with Queensland's Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy. We run into problems with concerns about are we trying to do something that's going to be a repeat of the Franklin River, all of that sort of stuff. And I think if we could risk running into the weeds with the inclusion of Tenterfield, and I come back to what's the intent of the motion, and the intent is action. And so, perhaps it makes more sense to include South Burnett or something along those lines. But Tenterfield, I think it supercharges the politicisation of this, and it could run into years and years of delays. And they are still definitely conversations worth having, and they've been going on for a long time. And one day in the future, I'm confident that from the Prime Minister's office there will be a directive, and that constitution will be rewritten, and all of those lines on the Australian map that divide up where water flows, they will be taken away. But that's not the reality of the situation we face today. And my concern is that by including Tenterfield, we weaken our chances of success with a water outcome, and that we need to instead focus our energies and our attention. And so for that reason, I would suggest that we exclude Tenterfield from this water alliance today.
Councillor Von Hoff, I certainly don't agree with you, and I don't agree with you for a number of reasons. One of the very motivating factors that came into this was the association that we had with Mayor Petty, and the fact that there are a number of dams planned in that part of the world. One of the more advanced dams is certainly the Mole River Dam. It's not at the final stages yet, but I've seen the program, and that given that it has the support of the New South Wales government and the federal government, one would expect construction to start within the next few years if you look at the timetables that I have in my office. But in saying that, when they talk about the Mole River Dam and they talk about the need for water at Warwick, they're talking about bringing water from the Mole River Dam to Warwick, cross-border. There is a current agreement that was started in 1946 regarding the use of water in the Jimaresk River and the river that separates Queensland from New South Wales. I know the complications there are, and I hear them. But to be quite honest, I think the day must come when we're prepared to look very closely at cross-border cooperation. The very reason that we had James McTavish lined up for a meeting yesterday is that he has the capacity to actually begin that process. Tenterfield is essentially part of this region. They're part of the border rock, as is Moree, and the very reason we've left the door open for other regional councils to come on board is because regions like the Moree and also Boulogne, of course, have a real interest in the work, the collective work that we're doing. So I'd be rather disappointed if the word Tenterfield was taken out, because I think it's an essential part of the way forward. Any other comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll take Councillor Von Hoff's comments as noted, but I do think if we are looking to the future and look at the Section 100 of the Constitution, I agree, Councillor Von Hoff, that I think that'll become changed, removed, whatever it may be over time, because we're looking at water in a whole different light. So I think from the motion, as I read it, it does open up opportunities to even start that discussion, a serious discussion with the federal government around that and the state government as well. So look, I'm more than happy to support the motion. I think it's a good step to formalise many of the discussions that you've had, Mayor, as you've indicated there with the Mayor of Tenterfield, and formalise those so that it falls in line with our water futures as a council as well. So happy to support it.
Any other comments around the room?
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And again, congratulations on bringing forward that Merrill Minute. And in essence, I do support that, but I do agree with Councillor Von Hoff that I think the issue of water is such a critical issue at the moment that we don't have time to delay that because of cross-border political issues which could arise from that. So in essence, I support the intent of the motion, but with the inclusion of Tenterfield, I don't think I could support that because of the delays that could arise because of the political toing and froing. I think we need an alliance now that will actually drive the criticality of the water issue as quickly as possible without those cross-border issues.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I take on board all the comments that have been made, and bearing in mind we're talking about federal government sitting over this, which is national. Coming from Gundawindi, I'm aware that the Demerrick and the McIntyre both have their headwaters in New South Wales, and then they become the border and they become the water source for Gundawindi. So there's another area that perhaps could come on board here.
Exactly.
And the border rivers that run into that's a whole new catchment. The Demerrick and the McIntyre become the McIntyre, just up river from Gundawindi. The McIntyre has its headwaters at Inverell, and the Demerrick up in the part of New South Wales. So I think that we're talking about two different things here. Our water aspirations will be going forward in our area as far as the Southern District Pipeline and water sources there are concerned. But as we move into the federal sphere, I think it's only appropriate, I think it's very appropriate that we end up thinking about where the water sources are, and many of them have their catchments. The first part, they're in their infancy, they are in New South Wales. So I think that it's most important that it stay there, and we indeed add places like Goondiwindi and Inglewood. Inglewood is part of Goondiwindi, but as that flows down further into the Murray-Darling system.
Okay, any other comments around the room? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, as we've already heard, water becomes a federal issue, and as the criticality for water presents itself, I don't see any problems with this motion as it is. We've seen a recent example where the state government have come across the top of a local government here in our deliberations and are overlaying a state solution for drinking water to the south of us for Southern Downs. So as time progresses, I agree, we will see, and we should see, responsibly see, federal government stepping up to the plate and looking at water as not just a region by region, state by state, but a national, regional Australia issue that we need to address moving forward. So I think irrespective, I think we are merely putting this on the table now, and I think importance will see an elevated interest from federal government, regardless of what we think or not.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Look, I might just sum up now. Oh, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, you are well aware that I have previously said that I think all the lines should be taken off all our maps except for the river lines, and that's how we should have a national water grid that should be developed. Very strongly in favour of doing that, and that has to come from the feds for that to occur. I've also requested previously that we meet with the Federal Minister, and at that stage the Federal Water Minister was David Littleproud, and the state, I wanted the state in the room as well, the state water NRM, and I also wanted all the particular local governments involved to be sitting around the table to get outcomes. So I would like to see that progressed, because to me, the only way we ever progress this is to get all the stakeholders in the room. So there's no point in having all just local government. You've got to have state and federal government all in the room at once if you want to get outcomes for this. And I still believe quite strongly that that's the only way forward, always have. And let's get all those lines off the map by the rivers and get a national water grid in Australia so that we can actually get the best outcomes for everyone.
Thanks very much. Look, I'll close the debate. If I can just sum up, the Mayor of Tenterfield has been a very keen supporter of this. He's also chair of the Border Rock, which crosses the border. He's very keen on there being a lot of cooperation. So he's been a driver behind this for me, and he's been inspirational behind this for me. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't have everything on the table at this stage. There's no doubt as this progresses, the things will drop off. No doubt as we look at the maps and look at the things that can be done, and we're trying very, very hard to get some maps in order now, but it's very difficult to find, to get the right map to do that. But in saying that, we will look at everything. We will begin to work with the state and federal government to plan it, and whatever needs to fall off will fall off fairly early. So with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded? Votes? Okay. Motion's carried. We move then to reception of deputations and by appointment. And of course today we're very, very fortunate to have Yellowbridge here. Penny and Adrian, and it's quite a moment for me because in my first contact with Penny was to do with Condamine Alliance. Studied agricultural science, and we got some common background. But Penny, I've seen your transformation to Yellowbridge. I've seen your passion for what you do. I've seen Adrian's passion for what you do, and your plan, I think, to reduce the number of homeless to zero youth homelessness in Toowoomba to zero is a very, very good plan. And I know your passion, I know Adrian's passion and your group's passion, and I look forward to seeing it all come to pass. So, handing over to you.
So Mayor Paul Antonio and councillors and members of council staff, thank you for the opportunity to address council. For me, it really is a privilege. It's nice to have some firsts in your working life, and this is my first deputation to a council after 30 years, so I'm really pleased that it's with Toowoomba Regional Council.
Don't get too excited.
No, I am excited. I know what you people do. So I do come before you to talk about our most precious people in our community, and that's our youth, and specifically about our youth homeless. And an approach that's very bold, very ambitious, and very doable. So firstly, these are the facts. We have 130 young people on our streets every night in Toowoomba. We have 11 beds only, 6 with Yellowbridge the Haven and 5 with Gateway. So we're short. There's just not enough bricks and mortar to house these young people, I mean under the age of 17, every night. So we're really missing some funding. I know that every cause is worthy. There's only so much government funding and everyone wants a piece of the action. But for some reason, Toowoomba has missed the youth funding for youth homeless. So we've had no new funding here since 1996. And for me, that's just not good enough. And I know we can do better. So young people become homeless not by choice. They become homeless because what's happening in their family situation. They're in situations of neglect, poverty, emotional and physical abuse, generally circulating around drug and substance abuse. They don't want to leave home. They have no choice. They have to leave home. It's just untenable to stay. And without exception, the young people we see, that is the case. They're not running away because they want to. They're running away because they have to. So if we can't do anything, they will struggle for the rest of their life and they will become the homeless adults. But we know that intervention works. We know that if we can pick them up, wrap the support around them, that they have a very, very, very good chance of becoming great citizens. And that's what we have to think about. We have to give them that chance. So we do have a solution, and it's a 5-pronged approach. It all has to happen for it to work, but there are a few key factors that need to happen first. So firstly, it's got to be housing. We have to have 130 beds in Toowoomba to put our young people in to keep them safe. You cannot address every other issue of mental health, any abuse or neglect they've suffered, any loneliness, isolation, until you can feel safe. So it's got to be the housing. The second pillar to the project is about engaging our community. We want people to know the stories of these young people. Like, they're very sad and they're tragic, but every time they speak, some hope comes out. And I think if we can engage our community and tell the story, the true story, about why they're homeless, we will get the support of that community. The third area is wrapping around the support. So we can put them in a house, we can tell the story about them, but if we don't support them, nothing will happen. So we definitely need the support services so that they have access to mental health, they have access to education, training, all those areas that are really important. So if you think of a non-homeless person, they have parents, they have grandparents, they have friends, they have faith areas that support them to make all decisions in their life. These people have nothing. So you do have to wrap the support around them. And everyone knows how good education is for a future. That's the other pillar to it, to support their education. Majority of our homeless young people do not finish school and do not have a chance. They do not know what it is to have a pathway of education which leads to a pathway to employment. And the final pillar, we have to get them a job. For every young person getting a job, is really important. And for every person, you want to be a financial contributor back to the community. And like we know, we have some real challenges in youth unemployment in our region. And if you're homeless, you're right down the bottom of that area. But there is a way forward. So it is about those whole 5 areas working together to turn the whole situation around. So we have made a start. In 2019, we had a roundtable, and Jeff was with us when we did that roundtable, and these were the key players in the room. And like, they're the big players. They know what's going on, but all these players have other jobs. So we all work in youth homeless. You know, Yellowbridge has the Haven, but it's not our main focus. So we have this amount of work, but the job is this big that we have to do. But these players are committed. They're committed to make a difference. They know what has to happen. We have such good evidence that when you intervene and when you pick them up, that they will have a successful life. They will be a successful member of the community. They won't become adult homeless. So these people are committed. We've had the round table. We've got $1 million submission in with a philanthropic organisation to seed fund it. You know what it's like with a grant. We're pretty hopeful. They like it. If we get it, if I could do a cartwheel, I'd do it. But we may not get it, but I still think that we're in for a good chance. So that's our seed funding to keep the project going. So we have, over the past year, been able to secure 6 more beds, but we've done this privately. Like, Yellowbridge has a place, and Emerge. Like, Emerge, isn't she amazing? Like, she's gone out and done this. She is totally unfunded for youth homeless, totally unfunded. She lives on generous donations. Like, I don't understand that, because if there's a problem, the government sends the young people to her. So this is what all the project is about, to get these key players all in the room, all working together, and to make it happen. So we have managed to get 6 more beds, so we're down to, we need 111 beds now. But we don't have the services. And this is where, you know, I'm really keen for the state government to step up. I've seen them step up in Logan and Gold Coast, Townsville, Sunshine Coast, but they're missing west of the range. And like, we service everything that comes in from Roma, from Miles, from Kingaroy. People come to Toowoomba, the young people come to Toowoomba. And so we're dealing with that homeless as well. So where does Toowoomba Regional Council fit in? Like, we know you've got a great big voice. We'd love you to add your voice to the issue. We know that it's a very, very bold and very ambitious project, but that's what you do well. That's what Toowoomba does well. We've just got a really big opportunity to take this forward. I know you've got great connections. Just can't seem to get into the Minister for Housing, Minister de Brenny. And he's the one that holds the strings to the investment. I can get into all the opposition and everything like that, but I can't get to see the person who has the strings. So I don't know if anyone else has got a magic bullet there to at least put us in front of him. Like, we have such a strong partnership here with the key players. We're the people doing all the services on behalf of the state government. We're not asking for much, we're just asking for a hearing. And the other area you could help is that, I don't know if you've got any property that we maybe could use, or maybe in the future, if we get the investors, we may need some land to build the units so we can have dedicated youth homelessness shelters to work for. So we know that young people suffering homeless have got the same needs, the same hopes, the same aspirations as any young person. We believe they should not have to face homeless just because they've been disadvantaged by their home life. They shouldn't have a life of disadvantage. You know, progressive community is always one where nobody gets left behind, but we're leaving behind 130 young people. It's really just not good enough. We'll probably never live in a society where no young person has to leave home, and we know that families will break down. But if we all work together, we've got such a great chance to lead the nation and ending youth homelessness and showcase what we've done.
Thanks very much, Penny. Any questions for Penny?
Thank you, Penny.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, Penny, thank you very much, and congratulations on your impending retirement as well.
What a shock.
Well, it's nice you got the deputation in time. That was good.
I have a few.
Your work in the community is unrivaled, so thank you very much for what you've done. In regard to the statistics of 130 per night, is that the statistical local government area, or is that Toowoomba?
That's Toowoomba. So it's 2018 data. It is verified by the Youth Council, but it's the latest data we've got, yeah.
I just anecdotally, we've got as you're aware of, the youth project at Oakey, where youth homelessness is certainly one of the areas anecdotally that's come out quite strongly from that project that's been going now for over 8 months or so.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a bigger issue than just Toowoomba.
Yeah, I think Toowoomba is the feeder too, so I think we get a lot of the, when things don't work out west, they move on in here.
Exactly. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you so much, Penny. It's good to see you. My question was also about the 130 beds, and you say that's from 2018 data. Do you have any information about what future projections are, what we can expect the need to be in 5, 10 or 15 years?
Yeah, I think...
Because if we're talking about developments and planning and actually building the places where those beds would be, that's into the future.
It's not something where good data is kept. That's one area. But I do understand your question in that, say we do get 130 beds, what happens to all these next 130 that are coming through? So we do have a part of the plan in that area to actually reduce that, identifying very early in the piece, which is the potential of youth homelessness comes in. So I don't really know what the future lies, but you'd have to suggest that it's always going to be around that 130 and it'd just go up with the population increases. There is no data on what's going on. No one seems to want to collect it at the moment, yeah.
Any further questions for Penny? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Penny, thank you for your presentation. Just thinking about the money that's around at the moment, and a lot of opinion is it should be put into community housing, stimulate projects, economic development. Has there been any consultation with you about that?
Like, as long as I've been in the game, there's always conversations about community housing and nothing has happened. So the housing money for the last 5 years went into the Toowoomba Housing Hub, and not that I don't think it's a great building, but it's a partnership between all those partners as well that are up there. So Yellow Bridge is a partner, but we do it all for free. So the money went into building a building to regenerate the Toowoomba Housing Service, which is a government funded portfolio that do great work, but it didn't actually come into the community housing area. So like they've had a lot of things where you partner with builders and all that, and Yellow Bridge did all that, but it never comes to Toowoomba. I don't know if we're on the wrong side of the fence. It always seems something about Logan and Gold Coast and Townsville that really attracts the government money. So we haven't had any increase in my 5 years here, and certainly none since 1996 in the youth. And that data's good information, yeah.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps just a comment. Thanks, Penny, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Perhaps to say thank you for taking the leadership for getting the big players in our local community and having a round table and combining resources and working together. I think that, more is better in this situation. We seem to see it a lot where a lot of people are doing their own things really well, but thank you for taking the approach of combining them and working them together, and I think that's a great way to move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, no, they're great. They're great people, and they just want the best for all people in our community.
Any further questions? Just one quick question.
Just one quick one. I note, Penny, that DGT are a partner for this project. They also have another ambitious goal around the tiny house project.
Yes.
I was wondering if there was connection between your thinking and their thinking.
Yeah, we have connected. Yeah. So they, they're building the tiny houses, but that's where we're looking at in terms of maybe that's an opportunity, yeah.
Thanks, Penny.
We just need the land to put it on.
Finally, Penny, the total homeless in Toowoomba would be significantly more than the youth homelessness,
Yeah,
I
the
imagine.
2018
When you just walk around the streets, you
Yeah.
see it.
478 is the 2018 figure,
Sad.
yeah. But, you know, I just can't emphasise enough that intervention works. Like, because we run a 24/7 homeless shelter, I suppose, or home, we have like a 99% success rate. Very few fall through the cracks. So if you can give them safety, give them trust, respect, education, love, food, shelter, they become normal citizens, and the success stories are remarkable. So, and it doesn't cost much to save a homeless person. We think about $25,000 a year per person. I don't think that's much to pay for the life of a young person.
And I understand that given the COVID coming in and moving homeless people off the streets into motels, there's been some real success stories there too.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about.
Huge, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Penny and Adrian. It's really good. I think, you know, it's quite humbling. I remember when first council was amalgamated, a lady came in and told me he had 500 on the streets. It hasn't changed that much, and I was actually coming from one of the smaller councils because mostly they radiate to feel safer in larger areas. But I just wanted to thank you very much and recognise the work that you and others have done, but also to say that any of us could find ourselves in those positions with a succession of changes of circumstance, and young people, you know, through no fault of their own, often are there. And I do agree with everything you say, and it seems quite unbelievable in the world we live in today that we give money from many other people but we don't seem to be able to have a strategy to go forward. It's not rocket science. It's actually, as you say, and I know that our council, I'm sure that the Mayor will reassure you that we will be lobbying for you wherever we can.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Penny, for coming in, and Adrian. And I guess when we look around and realise that we live in a very family-friendly, compassionate community, you people are very much part of that, and it's an honour to have you here today. Thank you very much. I know it was your first time in the council chamber, and
I feel really
you
good.
showed no degree of nervousness, so... But thank you very much for what you do in the community.
Everyone's smiling at me. So.
And thank you, Adrian. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if we can move on, councillors, to the item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1 is Planning and Development Committee. The first motion at this point in time will be all the points except for item 7. Anyone wishing to take any more matters out for separate consideration out of Planning and Development? Would someone then like to move the receipt of that report with the exception of item 7? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 7. Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a declaration of conflict of interest. Pursuant to section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in the matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of interest is I am a resident in the same street as the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Declaration of conflict of interest pursuant to section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009. I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of this interest is myself and my spouse engaged a builder to work on a property we own. The builder has then engaged the company referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I will be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Very much. The matter that we are dealing with is item 1 of item 7. In the absence of Councillors McDonald and O'Shea. Would someone like to move that be Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Carl? Those in favour? It's carried. We may bring them back in again, please. The balance of that item 7 will now become the subject of the next motion. It's the second motion in respect to item 7. Would someone like to move it, please? Councillor Carl has moved it. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Any questions? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move then to item 8.2, Water and Waste Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of the Water and Waste Committee? Bearing in mind it's in its totality, the Water and Waste Committee. Okay. Would someone like to move it, please? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. The seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move then to infrastructure. I guess in the first instance we deal with all items with the exception of item 4, which relates to the Ramsay Road. So would someone like to move that the motion with the exceptions of item 4, Councillor Taylor has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Okay, I think you all understand where we are. Yep, right. Those in favour? That's carried. Then we'll move to item 4. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On Monday this week, I became aware that some councillors had received an email from persons alleging I have a conflict of interest in this matter by alleging I'm a very close friend of the family that Mr Cameron Sharp and Ms Naomi Denua purchased their land from, and that council should establish what is my personal relationship with the objectors. Therefore, pursuant to section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I believe I do not have a personal interest in this matter. However, I'm aware that the persons have alleged that I have a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are follows. There are allegations I'm a very close friend of the family that Mr Cameron Sharp, Ms Naomi Denua purchased their land from, and that I have a personal relationship with the objectors. My response to this is I was a councillor for 4 years and the mayor for 4 years of the former Cambodia Shire Council. I declare I have not once been inside one of the households along this road frontage. I have represented and consulted with the Ramsay community for over 20 years as I continue to represent residents in all areas of our Toowoomba Regional Council. I have determined that this personal interest is not of sufficient significance that it will lead me to making a decision on this matter that is contrary to the public interest, and I will best perform my responsibility of serving the overall public interest of the whole of the council's area by participating in the discussion and voting on this matter. However, I acknowledge that the remaining councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 175E(4) of the Local Government Act of 2009, whether I have a real conflict of interest in this matter or a perceived conflict of interest, and if so, whether I must leave the meeting while the meeting is discussed and voted on, or I may participate in the meeting in relation to the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor.
And I will leave.
Any questions for Councillor Taylor before she leaves the room?
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor? Sorry, could I just ask, the comment was made that you have a personal relationship with the previous owners, as in your statement. Is that True, do you have a very close personal relationship with those people?
Councillor Summerfield, I have stated I have no close personal relationships with anyone along that road or previous owner. I know them, of course, because I've been representing them for 20 years. I have no personal relationships with anyone along that road.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. Appreciate the clarification.
Any comments around the room? I'm personally very happy to see Councillor Taylor take part in this conversation.
Happy to move that Councillor Carol Taylor resumes the meeting.
Councillor moved, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? It's carried. Would you bring her back in the room, please?
The reason.
So the reason being that we don't believe that she has a...
The reasons were stated by Councillor Carol Taylor.
Yep.
That there is no personal relationship with the aforementioned names.
Thank you. That was without dissent too, might I add. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Your presence is, you voted to stay in here without dissent.
Thank you.
Now, we move then to item 4. I understand there is a committee recommendation, but there's a proposed alternate recommendation. Councillor Melissa.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do propose an alternate I do propose an alternate motion that the road name of the full eastern section, both the unformed section and the newly constructed section of Ramsay School Road from the intersection with Falvey Road at chainage 3230 to the intersection with O'Keefe Road at chainage 5250 be renamed Bebbington Road.
You've moved that. A seconder, please. Councillor Carl. Could we have a map, please? Is there a chance of a map just to demonstrate that? No. Mike, would you like to just give us all a bit of just a quick briefing on that, please, so there's no misunderstanding at all?
Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Mike.
Yep, here we go. So, councillors, Ramsay School Road runs from the left of the page, beyond the map, through, at this stage, right through to O'Keefe Road, which is shown in light colouring shade here. The section in the report referred to within the motion that Councillor Melissa Taylor just put forward is from Falvey Road, from Falvey Road through to this intersection point here that the red dot is. So basically all the black and the dark, that short section of dark blue there, to rename that section Bebbington Road.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor Antonio. A question. Am I correct in saying that we've received correspondence in the past several days that indicates that the objections from landowners across that black section of road identified there are actually in support of the renaming of the road to Bebbington Road?
I haven't received any additional correspondence from these landowners since the committee meeting in regards to this. Councillors may have. I haven't.
Yeah, we have.
What I've become aware of with the request from councillors was shared this morning some copies of the consultation that we did in July. And the other piece of work that we've done in the last couple of days is the owner of this lot on basically fronts all of O'Keefe Road right through here. Unfortunately, it was an oversight. They weren't contacted in the original consultation. The Gordons own this very large block through the bottom here. And so contact was made with them yesterday. So that's the only additional consultation that we've had in the last week.
Supplementary, if I might, Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
Supplementary, if I might. A supplement. And what was the outcome, sorry, of that consultation? I haven't had the chance to check emails. I've had meetings this morning.
Gordon's and councillors, I provide that in a confidential email to you, but we're thankful of being contacted, number one, but their other thought for road name was Ramsey School Road East, was the other thought they put forward.
Okay. So the bit of road we're renaming is the black.
Oh.
The black and this little bit of blue here.
Okay.
So councillors can see that. So from Falvey Road through to O'Keefe Road is the section as per the resolution that Councillor Taylor has just put forward.
Amendment.
Councillor Summerfield, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just clarifying, the blue bit of road down the bottom is the bit that last week this council agreed to calling Bebbington Road, just that blue bit down the bottom, which is the newly built bit of road. And the rest of that black area all the way back to Falvey Road is an unformed road, and in previous meetings we have been told by staff will never be built due to the territory that it's in, the very deep gullies and whatever that's along that area. So that section will never ever be built. So the only bit there that will be built is that blue bit which has just been built, which council has paid part of and the owners have paid part of. And I'd just like to get clarity also from Mr Brady as to how many of those properties actually front on to that area. Don't they all use other roads apart from Mr Sharp to access their homes?
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Just for clarity, the gully of contention is this one here, basically at Falvey Road. This is the difficult gully for any through road connection. Okay, when I say difficult, it would be expensive to get across. In regards to construction of a road through the rest of the black section, we haven't looked at that in any detail, but it is probably quite feasible should that request or requirement ever occur for council. What I said to council last week was it was unlikely at any point in the foreseeable future that we would ever construct a through road all the way through. I didn't say that it wasn't possible, other than through this gully it was very difficult. So taking the road up around the other boundaries would potentially be quite reasonably possible. In regards to access today for other properties, they do, the majority of them do have other road frontages. That said, some still use this road reserve from time to time.
Supplementary, Councillor Summerfield.
I was just going to ask, it's gone, he talked too long. Previously, when we first made the decision that council would construct that road that we're discussing now, the blue bit that's just been built, when that first came to council for approval, we were told that the rest of that road would never be built.
Look, I think it's a...
Of it?
I think that's a generalist comment that's been made, and the context of that conversation. Sorry, Councillor, I can't remember the details of it, but we've always said to get through the middle section, through the gully, would always be a very difficult exercise and very expensive exercise should there be a decision one day for council to want to build a through road. That's what we've emphasised. We haven't gone into the details of whether you could or you couldn't construct roads or the road through the rest of the section. But there's nothing stopping that from occurring should somebody wish to invest into it at some point.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, then Councillor Carroll, then Councillor Tim.
Mr Brady, I don't mean to make light of this, but do all renaming roads come to council? It seems
No.
we spend a lot of time talking about this for something that...
The delegation sits in through the CEO through to myself, and I deal with, as I've said before, probably 98, 99% of these matters. As I've said to council, when this policy has previously come to council, should there be a very contentious issue, such as this one, or a matter such as a recent one that we put through council, which was access into the new Charlton Depot, I think it's appropriate for those matters then to be forwarded through the council. As this matter had already been raised to councillors, numerous councillors, and to the mayor, it was deemed appropriate for this matter to come direct to council for resolution.
And I think we all had a reason for walking away, didn't we? It was some of the rhetoric was rather unpleasant. Councillor Megan.
Just my follow-up question is, are the rest of those residents, except for the newly formed road, their address is Ramsay School Road, is that correct?
They have property that fronts Ramsay School Road. What their today's postal address or their access address, I don't have that with me. I did send some information through the councillors earlier today as requested, which gives more information in regards to personal thoughts of property owners along that section of road.
Well, again, I haven't had a chance to have a look at that, but I just wonder whether we are inconveniencing all of those people along that road for the one section, and I know that there's protocol and naming and all of that, but do they have a postal service or is that their address?
No, the report talks through and about the consultation undertaken, indicates very clearly to council, as per my original recommendation, where the preference of or the majority of people was to leave the road name as is, and that has been the outcome of the consultation. And that's the recommendation that was originally put before council, taking into account all matters and issues with no favouritism whatsoever to a name, to a property or anybody else, but going through the process that we do in every other case when we're looking at naming or renaming a road.
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, I don't believe our General Manager or staff have ever stated that any part of this road would never be built. I think that was made by a councillor or councillors, and except for there being a doubt around the gully, which is the natural break in Ramsay School Road, and I do believe that one day it will be built, but it won't be in the foreseeable future. So I think it's also appropriate, as been mentioned, do people have their address along that road or don't they? There is the ability for some of those people to fit underneath our planning scheme to cut some places off, pieces of their land off, so that it would be possible that they would be able to have a block along that, that it could be another owner or something else. So I think it's very appropriate that as has happened with Mr Sharp and Mr Newer's property, it did belong to a person that's been cut off, which has given us the situation we're in now. It has been assessed by a lot of people that I don't support the naming of this road. I do. I just want to honour the people that are up there, and I think it's very poor planning for this one road reserve, if we leave it the way it was decided at committee, to have 3 actual names for one road reserve, which would be Ramsay School Road, the one to the west that's formed, Ramsey School Road that isn't actually formed to the east, and then we're going to have Bevington Road. And I think that, you know, good planning has to take place here. But the points I wanted to make was I don't believe it's ever been said it won't be built. And the other thing, I think it's very appropriate that people who touch that road are considered, because there's a possibility that they could cut pieces of their land off and sell them that actually would have frontage and a house on that road. So I do support the whole lot being Bevington Road.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Go to Councillor McDonald. I've left you out.
Probably
Sorry, apologise for that.
almost into debate, I think, Mr Mayor, on some of these points, but I would like to just ask the question, Mr Brady, if I could, where Falvey Road, another unformed road, meets a T intersection with Ramsey School Road, it looks to me on the map, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there seems to be two lots that actually would then have two road names, if that was to change, as suggested in this motion. My eyesight may be failing me, but it looks to me that where the blue Falvey Road, unformed road, meets Ramsey School Road, there's two lots underneath that straddle that, and therefore we may be inconveniencing by doing something that we think is a good thing. Yeah, so just get an answer on that one.
Yeah, Councillor, thank you, Councillor McDonald. I'll just get Wendy to go to one of the other plans, this one, which from a property owner, how they front the road. As you can see there, property owner 1 and property owner 2 are up near that corner there. So those separate ownerships, as is property owner 3. So it's you can see a little bit of property owner 1 has a little bit on both sides of the, you might say both sides of the gully, that little bit of pink. That's an indicative map, so these aren't as they've been shown there. But that gives you a clearer idea, Councillor McDonald.
Just to follow up, if I could, it just looks to me as though we're missing a bit of the map on the left. From the previous map to that one, it looks like property owner 2 actually has property to the left of that pink. If you go back to the other map, as I say, my eyesight might be the issue, but it looks to me when you look at that, it actually would straddle two roads.
Potentially, and that's obviously depending on the size of properties. That's not uncommon for people to have multiple road frontages. But that's why.
I just wanted to didn't know whether my eyes were telling me a different story.
Councillor McMahon, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I refer to General Manager Brady's report sent through this morning that it remains 5 of the 9 respondents requested it be retained as Ramsey School Road. And that to me would mean the properties on the current black part of the road want it to remain Ramsey School Road, which was why I was happy to speak in favour of the original motion to just rename the blue part. I suppose my question is twofold. One, I have heard anecdotally that the residents in the black area of road have said if it were changed to Bevington, I'd like the whole lot to change to Bevington, but I haven't seen any official correspondence through that. Number 2, if we did change it to Bevington Road, could later on the residents in the black area come and say, put in an application to change their road as well?
People are free to put applications in at any point in time to ask for road naming or renaming of roads, and that's why we deal with those. We probably get a dozen or so a year. The issue is we've got a fairly good policy, I believe, as a council. We follow that fairly closely, or very closely, in regards to assessing that. The approach that we've taken is per policy in regards to the original recommendation that we put to council, taking on board the consultation that we did undertake. Should council not wish to go with that, as they've indicated so far, our next position is that the best for the area for the longer term is to have the section from Falvey Road to O'Keefe Road renamed. That makes most sense. To then come back to a shorter section, as was the motion last week, can work in the immediate future and probably doesn't have too greater impact on others. That said, it's against the wishes of others from a consultation perspective. But then from a signage point of view, you've then got O'Keefe Road, you've got extra signage at Babington Road to indicate that Ramsey School Road runs up further along. You've got potential further confusion that could happen depending on how people wish to access the area. So, as I've mentioned to Council in the report, in a fair bit of detail, in changing the road name, it doesn't necessarily lessen the time or potential confusion issues that exist as it is today, leaving the name as Ramsey School Road.
Okay, then we now have a question from Councillor Shine and then Councillor Summerfield following that.
You're right, Chair. I suppose my question is inquiring as to why we are considering changing from the motion that we agreed to a week ago, which is, I understood it was based on the logic that the only road in existence, relevant road in existence, is the blue on the right, the 300 metres, I think it was, whereas the rest of it in black, there is no road whatsoever, and there's not much point in naming something that doesn't exist. And I take into account what Mr Brady has said, that it might one day be built. And that, logically, in my view, would be the time to address the issue of the name at that time. But until then, it's a bit pointless naming something that doesn't exist.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you.
Do you wish to answer that, or no?
I'd take that as a comment.
Comment, yep.
Yep.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I think most of us have received a copy of the email from the Gordons saying that they are happy with that being Babington Road. That would make 4 for Babington, 4 for Ramsey. But I think clarification needs to be made that that black part is already called Ramsey School Road, unformed. But it is called, as per the map, Ramsey School Road. But coming back to Councillor Megan in relation to the addresses, and that was the reason why I asked earlier on about whether anybody actually fronted on and used that as their driveway, and they don't. They all, as clarified by the general manager, they actually use other roads to access their properties. Therefore, there'd be no inconvenience to those people to have the road name changed because they use a different road for their access and address. So currently, the black part is Ramsey School Road, unformed section, and the question is that blue bit, which is the newly built bit of road, that it be Babington, and there's certainly support there for it to be Babington, which, as per the committee meeting last week, as Councillor Shine just said, we all agreed upon. So just thought I'd mention that.
Maybe we ought to go into debate. You've had a lot of time for questions. We have an alternate resolution recommendation on the table. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Councillor Melissa, I'll hand over to you if you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My reasoning for putting that motion forward is that, we have had consultation with residents, but and with consultation with the General Manager, Mr Brady, looking at the extra signage that needs to go in, signalling to drivers that the gully is coming and that you've got the eastern side, which is still Ramsey School Road, but there's no through access because of the gully. The gully actually forms a natural barrier across Ramsey School Road. So to me, it makes perfect sense that that whole stretch of road, so it's not piecemeal, is actually called Babington Road. So it actually gives a clear definition as to what is Ramsey School Road and what then is Babington Road. And to me, just for clarification for residents and possible future residents out there, it makes it a much easier access to the area in and around there, that the west is Ramsey School Road and to the east would be Babington Road. And therefore no extra expense for signage, etc., would have to occur on the western side of the gully and on the eastern side of the gully, signalling Ramsey School Road.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the alternate recommendation? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. And while I certainly respect the views, I have trouble supporting this motion and foreshadow moving the recommendation from the committee. And the reasons are almost in the words of Councillor Melissa Taylor, in the sense that we have an unformed road that is already called Ramsey School Road. We have a new piece of road which has every right to be called something, because the information we've been given suggests that the unformed part of Ramsey School Road could well be a long way away from ever happening. But the other part was around the two lots that I mentioned earlier in regard to Falvey Road, T-intersection with Ramsey School Road. And I fear that by making a decision such as being put forward would actually be an unintended consequence for those two properties, where they've been for some time under the same address, and all of a sudden they'll have two roads. Now, Mr Brady, you mentioned it's not uncommon for properties to have two roads. In fact, my residence has two roads, so it isn't uncommon. But what is reasonably unfair is for a property that's been there for some time, two properties, and for no fault of their own, they get a different name for half of their property. I can't support it. I think the common sense solution was always what the recommendation was at last week's committee meeting, and therefore I foreshadow that if this motion isn't successful.
Speaker for the motion, for the alternate, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Property owners, as Mr Brady has mentioned, along that unformed road already use that road for their properties. They all have openings onto it, and they use it to access their water and other things, so they're already using that road reserve. As far as properties being on different roads, there's properties that are actually in different states that people have to manage their properties. I know the same thing's happening up at Wallangarra at the moment, and at the border there and round Gundawindi. So I think that, you know, I guess the fact is that it would just make it just seems common sense that the natural division is the gully, and to one side is, it should be Bebbington Road, and to the other side Ramsey Road. So, you know, you're going to have Ramsey Road there, a gully. You will have to have a sign from O'Keefe Road saying Bebbington Road and No Through Road, and then when you get to Ramsey School Road, you have a sign there, Ramsey School Road, No Through Road. So, you know, it's just kind of, you're thinking about the whole idea this was brought forward supposedly was to stop confusion with emergency services and from being able to find the properties, and I think that this just makes it worse. And I believe that one side of the gully should be Ramsey School Road and one side of the gully, albeit the unformed road, which people are able, as has happened to Mr Cameron Sharp, to purchase, cut pieces off their property, sell them, and they could have their frontage onto that. And then someday, I'm not sure how long it would be in the black part until you get to the gully, is not so hard to form a road. So it's not, it could be, the catalyst for that could be the same thing, somebody buying a block of land and then they build a residence on it, and they'll be actually on Ramsey School Road, whereas just up round the corner they'll be on Bebbington Road. I think it causes far more confusion than it actually solves. So it's a natural, common sense thing to have a road reserve all the same name.
Speaker against the alternate recommendation, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take us back to the idea that we must continue to consult our community on this. We've got the community members saying we would love that first part of the road changed, and 5 of 9 respondents saying please don't change the rest of it. Now, in the evidence in front of us in the report, the community overwhelmingly doesn't want that middle section changed. Should the first part change to Bebbington, I'd welcome a submission from the community and those landholders at a later date to change the rest of it. But as far as the debate today, I would be happy to second Councillor McDonald's foreshadowed motion that we go back to the original motion of just the first section of the road change. Thank you.
Is there a speaker for the alternate recommendation? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. For goodness sake, we talk about common sense. We're going to rename 300 metres of road as per the committee's recommendation last week. Where do we stop renaming roads then, if that's the case, by request? I said originally I was happy to support the majority of community consultation, however councillors stepped away from that. This, in my view, is the second best and most common sense in keeping with the policy. We have a policy for a reason, and the GM has outlined many reasons in an extensive report why we have a policy, and has said it's a good policy. The point's already been raised. How many houses live on a street corner with 2 road frontages, different names? Come on. This has taken an inordinate amount of time, officers' money for a 300 metre section of road. Where does it stop? As far as the future goes and future access, let's make a sensible decision now in keeping the road name consistent, because we will go through this potentially each time there's potential for those larger blocks to be subdivided and have frontage to what I'm prepared to second at this stage, Bebington Road, as per the motion on the books now. And there are many unformed roads for those councillors perhaps not as familiar, many unformed roads across this region that are named. I'm prepared to accept Councillor Carol Taylor's local knowledge of this area as well. They're the reasons why I support or second this motion this morning.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. A speaker against the alternate recommendation? Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. We'll certainly acknowledge and respect the opinions put forward in the contrary. Understand those. Where I sit on this is a couple of things have been talked about and words bandied around common sense. So I think go back to the original request was to rename the 300 metre section because of our policy in a situation that arounds where it says, as we said, regardless of what sort of terrain or what sort of difficulties that lay there, that it needs to be of a full section. But I think the key part of when we look at that policy was where it's practical, and I think we've seen sort of a few of the issues have been raised here that I think would actually be adding further confusion by renaming other sections here that already have a name and an identity, and some property owners that have been there for a long period of time. So I asked myself, what's new in this scenario? The new part is a new section. So, and the main issue that was put forward, I see in the application around it, is just, one was around confusion, but two was just around something critically important, obviously, when it comes to emergency service access. Now, I know that's been debated, whether that helps or doesn't help. Again, common sense to me suggests that it probably would, because obviously there's a clear distinction now between what this particular road is, as opposed to saying the western part or the eastern part, or don't go through the middle if you get caught in the gully, all of that. So I think that there is common sense around renaming this section from an emergency services point of view, and then also just from an identity point of view. So we've got a newly formed road here. It was obviously the continuation of a name of the Ramsey School Road, as per which is any of our constituents are able to do, obviously put forward a request for a renaming. It's come through. I think the consultation, and I respect and understand obviously what's happened in that regards, but I do feel that, and we've all received additional emails and things like that, I do think it's a little bit misleading in some ways, just purely because obviously we're talking about three different proposals here. One was, of course, the original request of the applicant. Secondly, then, was obviously council through its policy went out to consultation on the naming of the entirety of it. So that's the consultation that we've got back. And now we're banding around a third option as well. So one part of that consultation that we do know and that we have seen is that there is unanimous support from the property owners that were consulted or that reached out through this particular stretch for it to be renamed. So, Mr Mayor, I support the motion that was passed at committee. I think there is some common sense to that, and I'm fully supportive of where we were a week ago.
Anyone wishing to speak in favour of the alternate recommendation?
May I ask a question, Mr Mayor? Is that appropriate? I'm confused because my support at the committee meetings for that 300-metre section was based on the results of community consultation, which showed 5 of 9 wanting Ramsay Road to stay as is. So change that little section and there's fewer landowners who are affected negatively in their opinions. And since then, it seems, and I know this, we have to do this in such a way to protect the names and the confidentiality of some of those property owners, so I'll try and do that. But since then, it seems like additional community consultation has flushed out a difference in those numbers, and that it's more like 4 of 9. We've got property on that map that we had up previously. Property number 4 was in favour. The property below the applicant was in favour. And that wasn't, I didn't think, the situation that we were presented in the committee meeting. And I just need some clarity over that, please, because I would like to represent the wishes of the community, but I seek clarity on what that is. And Mr Brady, I know you said this morning that it was 5-9, but I question if that's actually correct.
Okay, so...
Can I just, sorry, Mr Mayor, could I just make a comment? Last week, I sent an email that had been sent to me from property, I don't know what number it is, 4, saying that they supported the whole road being called Bebington, and I actually sent that to councillors yesterday afternoon. That's one that you've questioned. I can't talk about the rest. But.
Okay. Any comments, General Manager?
As I stated earlier, the only extra consultation from an officer's perspective, what councillors have been involved with, I'm not fully aware of, is the property to the south of the applicant, which, as I pointed out on a previous map, is a very long property along O'Keefe's Road, which also has a very small frontage onto Ramsay School Road as it sits there today. Their suggestion was Ramsay School Road East. So that actually, when you look at the results of consultation that came through to you last week in the report, is, if nothing else, very similar to leaving the road, basically as the name of the road was, which was Ramsay School Road. A basis of the recommendation that went to council from the officers was based on the consultation that was undertaken, and that's been separately provided to council this morning. Some further detail behind that confidentially.
Okay.
So,
have we anyone wishing to speak for the motion?
so sorry, there is.
You're asking a question?
Just a bit of clarity there. I think a number of us, I certainly have, received an email which indicates that that long property along the bottom supports it being, that section being Bebington.
Yeah.
We've got that on an email. So that changes the numbers again.
But I'm aware of it.
All I've shown you is what I've received, councillors.
Mr Mayor.
Okay, and
Either.
I've forwarded a copy of that correspondence I had this morning to you confidentially.
You, Carol.
So you've got that in front of you through an email this morning.
Anyone?
Yeah. No, I've sent. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Carl, I didn't hear what you said.
No, it looks like some councillors have received different amounts of correspondence from different individuals.
Which is quite common.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak for the alternate recommendation? If not, we'll close the debate. Prior to your summing up, please, Councillor Taylor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Post that.
Sorry?
If you could just sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So my reason for putting that motion forward was to make it a very clear division, that the gully does create a natural barrier from the east to the west of Ramsay School Road. And if we're talking common sense, then I don't understand the common sense of having 300 metres of road as opposed. I just think if you're going to rename 300 metres, why not rename it all? So to me, it makes common sense that from the east of the gully should be named one complete road and then to the west another. So whether that whole road be named Ramsay School Road or Bebington Road, but my motion would be to name it all Bebington Road. And that is the common sense way of doing it, using the natural barrier of the gully as the divide, and then the west is called one and the east is called another for ease of access.
Okay, we'll close the debate there, and I think it's been a very long and a fairly exhaustive discussion. I'll put those, we're talking about the proposed alternate recommendation, which is now, has been moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Taylor.
No, seconded by Councillor Carl. Sorry.
Those in favour of that alternate recommendation? Those against? The alternate recommendation is lost by one vote. Anyone wish to have their votes recorded?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, I do.
Mr Mayor, happy to move the committee recommendation.
Okay, Councillor MacDonald has moved the committee recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Summerfield? Do you wish to debate, go into debate?
Oh, look, I think
we've done that, haven't we?
we have.
Yep. I think we've exhausted ourselves pretty well there. The recommendation is the motion is exactly the recommendation that was brought to us, and those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against?
And I would like my vote recorded, thank you. Yes, please. So the community.
The recommendation is carried. Right, where to now? Thanks very much, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
You're right there. Well, that concludes infrastructure. We move then to item 8.4, the Environment and Community Services. Anyone wishing to take anything out? Councillor Summerfield?
I'm just trying to let Wendy know that I'm just leaving the...
I was going to say, do we have to move a motion? I don't know. Anyone wishing to take anything out of Environment and Community Services Committee report, please? If not, would someone be happy to move that? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 8.5, Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Is there anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, sorry, Mr Mayor, it's 4. Item 4, please. Just for
Item 4.
Yeah, just for a conflict.
Councillor Shine?
9, thank you, Mayor.
Item 9. Would someone then be happy to move that the Finance and Business Strategy Report, with the exceptions of item 4 and item 9, be received, please?
Happy to move.
Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 4.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies, this is coming up soon. Declaration. I wish to make a declaration of material personal interest pursuant to section 175C of the Local Government Act 2009. I wish to inform the meeting that I have a material personal interest in this matter as follows. I stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss depending on the outcome of Council's consideration to this matter. I stand to gain a benefit or suffer a loss because one of the radio stations mentioned in the quote or tender consideration plan, stakeholder engagement and communications for advertising services is Power FM, and I'm employed by it on a subcontractor basis. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict. I've declared material personal interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you. We're dealing with item 4 now. Someone like to move that item 4 of the Environment and Community Services Committee report be received and the contents adopted? Councillor McMahon and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried. Bring him back, please. Move then to item 9. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The matters I want to raise should be raised in confidential session, I think.
Matters you wish to raise should be raised confidentially. Someone like to move that this matter be dealt with in the confidential section at the end of the meeting? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to the Economic Development Report. Of course, no matters came forward there. Would someone like to move that be received and adopted? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? It's carried. Right, we move then to item 9, the monthly performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 prescribes that statements must be presented to a meeting of the council at least on a monthly basis. Attached for council's consideration is the consolidated financial performance statement to the 31st of July, which clearly separates operating and capital incomes. So this is the first statement in the new financial year, so early on in the year, but as you will notice, operating income is very much tracking to budget with a 0 variance there. Rates and charges were generated on the 11th of July, issued on the 7th of August with a due date for payment on the 8th of September. Operating expenditures also tracking very closely to budget, and that is as we would expect so early in the financial year. Capital expenditure, you will notice from an amended statement that has been provided that we have separated out the annual programme from the Pandemic Response Initiative. So as at the 31st of July, water project services are tracking 1.15 million below budget, with C&M tracking 1.4 million above budget. Within the Capital Works programme, that's the 165 million. And the actual projects expenditure to date include Clinton Waste Management Facility, Perseverance Raw Water Main, Dundarian Street, Ruth Road widening, water main replacements and Regional Rehabilitation Central. Part of the pandemic response to date, minimal expenditure there, but a lot of planning underway. So we have spent approximately 37,000 on the Wairema Waste Management Facility, and I'm happy to say that a local supplier has been engaged. There's currently $365,000 in commitments for that project. We've also got commitments of $360,000 for Coopy Dam spillways and Crestbrook Dam spillways. The Nellie Robinson Park Netball Clubhouse upgrade, and the tender documents for that particular project will be released this weekend. So we're looking for a commencement date there, the 19th of October, and anticipated to be completed before the 31st of March. And again, that's a pandemic response initiative. So taken into consideration, so the figures you're looking at there for capital are actuals, but there are significant commitments. And the executive leadership team, we are very satisfied with the progress this early on in the financial years, and we will continue to closely monitor that. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Very quick comment. Thank you, General Manager Anne-Marie, in regard to splitting the capital works. I think it's important to note when we get to our budget review in a couple of months' time that significant attention will be on particularly the 165 part of it, which is a commitment to this financial year, and the 50 million pandemic, which is why it's been separated, is to give councillors confidence that this is actually moving through and will stimulate the local economy, which is what it's doing. And looking forward to seeing that reported on a monthly basis in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? Someone like to move the receipt of the statement, please? Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to the Planning and Development report, please. Group report. Planning and Development. Stuart.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Stuart.
Basically, the group report, I'll take you to the Toowoomba Region Futures Project. 9 tenders were issued a couple of weeks ago, and we have received a little over 80 responses to those 9 tenders. The SPED officers from SPED spent the weekend going through all 80, and it is pleasing that a number of the tenders come from local suppliers. So I was happy to see that, because sometimes we don't get a lot in the sorts of studies that we put out. And of course, just to remind councillors, the sorts of studies that we're looking for are hazard areas, particularly landslip and fire this time round, the growth plan for the region, cultural heritage, particular emphasis on Indigenous culture across the region, and urban design and urban form. The Minister for Economic Development also approved Amendment 1 to the PDA, which included various administrative type amendments and clarifying definitions such as car parking and car parking requirements within that area. The Bridge Street Quarry Advisory Committee, and an expression of interest has gone out. That's opened, and it's seeking nominations from the community generally, from tourism and related organisations, and from residents who actually live in Bridge Street itself. Members of SPED met with the local group wanting to visit Wanganui, our sister city in New Zealand, in terms of sporting links there. The rest of the report, councillors, relates to statistics in our regional architecture area, development services and development engineering. I'm happy to take any questions in relation to any of those areas.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Stuart. Just one very quick question in regard to the Regional Architecture and Heritage Service, and the second dot point refers to a total of 12 architectural urban design referrals carried out by Regional Architects Office during July, and one of the reasons put forward is a reflection, or two of the reasons, reduced as a reflection of both a slower development industry and the capacity of the branch to provide this service, both of which are a little concerning. And further on in the report, it would suggest that the development industry is not slowing, it's actually speeding up. So I'm just wondering whether that particular service is something that is used regularly, or 12 referrals is not inconsistent with other months.
Yep. This is not the Heritage Advisory Service. This is General Architectural Advisory Services, and it often relates to commercial developments, industry or larger unit development exercises that seek advice from council in those areas. It's certainly not reflecting detached housing or, in fact, housing within our heritage or cultural, in our character areas. With respect to capacity, of course, the Dave Crewmans, the late Dave Crewmans, was in fact an architect, and he provided architectural services and advice as well to support the other architect that we have. So that's reference to that, I guess. I hadn't actually picked up that line in the same way that you did, but yeah, interesting. I'll just check that that's the case. But I think that is, I've certainly had feedback that even though we're down a bit, certainly Jade's been fairly busy in that area.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So, Stuart, you mentioned the interest in Wanganui, our sister city, in relation to sport from the community. I recall back in 2012, councillors brought back the proposition that the Masters Games that are held in Wanganui every second year, that they could be held here in alternate years, and there was good opportunity for sports tourism in our region. So I'd like to think that there is a possibility that that could still happen, even though there was no great movement to get something happening back then. It would be great to see that occur. So if that could be fed back to the people that are expressing interest in the community, that would be an exciting opportunity for us.
Yes, I remember that, actually. And that's a very good idea. I will take that back. Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Chair, Mr Mayor, my comment was along those lines because every second year, Dunedin and Wanganui share a year about. So if we were to do that, we would need to be careful not to clash with the Dunedin Games because the North and South Island share the Masters year about, and that's Dunedin and Wanganui. So I think the conversation was more about at a different time of the year, in that year that they would come over here. So, you know, I'm sure that Wanganui supports Dunedin and Dunedin supports Wanganui. So it would have to be something outside that arrangement. But it has got possibilities, and somehow it has just fallen off the record for some reason. And I'm not sure who's, you know, next year whose turn it is, or they wouldn't have had one this year, so guess they'll go to whoever's turn it was this year and then start.
I will follow that up.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon, did you have a question?
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair,
Shine.
General Manager Summers. I'm just in regards to the Regional Architecture and Heritage Service. I note that our CBD, for example, has council grants for heritage buildings to get them up to scratch, and I note that there are many lovely old significant buildings in the regional towns around Toowoomba region, and questioning if those buildings have access to the same heritage grants or facelift grants or whatever we call them. Is that the same? They're from the same pool?
Yes, they can. Yep. We actually, interestingly, because I guess it's a 50-50 grant, we're not overwhelmed with applications. But the principle behind it is that anyone who wishes to sort of remove unwanted signage from the site and basically freshen it up and paint it, principally painting it, and we will provide advice in terms of the heritage colours that can be used. So people come forward, but it is a 50-50 grant, and so if it was a 100% grant, I guess we'd get more takers, but it's not. But yeah, it is open. To answer your specific question, it is open to CBDs, other smaller CBDs in other towns.
Thank you very much for the answer, and I suppose that leads to, is there any talk that we may change the 50% contribution? I was in Crow's Nest yesterday, some lovely heritage buildings that are really falling apart. Clifton earlier too, which is a similar story, and I'd like to see maybe a better contribution from council to some of those heritage, perhaps in regional areas. Is that an option?
It's a maximum of 10 grand, so you don't get a lot in the building industry for $10,000 these days. So if the buildings are falling apart, that's really not this grant. The role of helping there is not this grant. It's really more superficial than that. It's about bringing back the facades in the towns. A lot of the benefits coming actually from the removal of old signage that's been there for many, many, many years, and often has 3 layers of signage on it, and that's pulled off, and it reveals some of the really nice design and heritage elements in those buildings.
More a cosmetic, I suppose, is what you're saying.
Cosmetic, yep.
Perhaps falling apart wasn't the right word, maybe deterioration, that could benefit from a...
Oh, absolutely, yep. Paint peeling off and that sort of stuff, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Shine, then Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that point of Councillor McMahon, with Councillor Von Hoff and Melissa Taylor and McMahon and myself, we were at Crow's Nest yesterday. One of the issues raised in terms of the older buildings was the paint work, but the paint was lead in nature and apparently very expensive to remove and so on. So I'm sure that this might be an opening of some help anyway. I wanted to raise the point that Councillor McDonald raised and express the concern that I have that with the speeding up of the development industry, hopefully the capacity of the branch to provide this service to date, let alone with speeding up, it must be of a concern. I just didn't quite get what your response was in terms of any rectification of the lack of capacity or the apparent lack of capacity to provide the required anticipated service. What would you have in mind to address that issue?
Yes, look, we're looking at that at the moment in terms of that branch and the role and function and where those functions might ultimately end up, whether we retain that branch or whether it goes absorbed into maybe SPED or other areas. The issue of having design capacity, and that is both in terms of building and urban design, is a very real one. And of course, with the loss of David, that removed one pretty important area of design that we had there, that capacity. And we're just working on how we do replace that. Jade Bebbington, sorry about the name, actually...
Wrong name.
Relation of interest.
A lot of
she's the main architect that we have to call on at the moment. We have a couple of landscape architects who also get involved in urban design. Certainly Anne Witten would be well known to most councillors, is a key officer in terms of urban design in our centres and what have you. She's with SPED at the moment. But yeah, it is an issue, and it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart, is being able to provide that advice, that building design advice to try and increase the quality of our built environment out there. And certainly councillors, as we're working through the new planning scheme, you'll see that there'll be a much larger emphasis on that coming through in terms of some of the policy changes we'll be recommending. But yes, look, we'll probably be coming back to council to talk about these sorts of issues at some stage through the general review of our organisation.
Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, you had a question?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Councillor Shine basically said what I was going to say, and that is just that with those historic buildings, a lot of them do have the lead paint, and that their removal is well in excess of $10,000 and usually actually goes into the six figures. And so a conversation for a point, and maybe it's not just us as a local government, but maybe there are some ways that we can approach the state government as well, because there are beautiful heritage buildings in places such as Crow's Nest and Clifton, and paint, for instance, the Crow's Nest post office. Painting that would make such a difference to the town, but we're talking about a lot of money to do that because of the paint. So one to sort of have a chat about at some point, I think.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Stuart, and you might know the answer to this. In the first term of council set up a urban design and heritage and architecture group, and Eurus Grester was part of that, and met him, and you know there were quite a few people came and gave of their time, and I felt that was very beneficial. I don't know what happened to that, but somehow it's fallen off the face of the planet. And I personally think, with our growth, that we would do well to look at reinvigorating that or something similar to that. I thought they did really well, and we got a lot of beneficial advice and input from them. And I don't know how or what. I know the council didn't make a decision for it not to go forward, so I don't know what happened to it. Perhaps something we could look at doing again, perhaps on a smaller scale, but I think, very beneficial towards the planning scheme, how we go forward and value what we have.
I think all I can say on that is watch this spot, because we are moving in that direction in terms of looking at a model for governance of CBD and the larger CBD, which includes the parklands area. Yep.
So did it just die a death? What happened?
It basically, we lost the members, and we didn't replace them. There were changes in staff in terms of running it, and it died a natural death. But we're looking to bring that back in a new and better form, if I can say. It was a bit problematic in the sense that the members were very senior. They were a really good eclectic group of people, very experienced architects, landscape architects, urban designers. However, they were busy people. We weren't remunerating them, as you will recall. We had a debate about that in any way, shape or form. And so, the interest was lost over time, unfortunately.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, the last dot point in the area of regional architecture and heritage and service, I just wanted to highlight and suggest that there is a heck of a lot of work being done by your branch around the searches, with the building and planning issuing of searches the highest total since we started recording these in January 2018 of 185 searches. So there is plenty of activity.
There is.
And I guess that's where it's a little contradictory, some of the reports. So perhaps there's a service delivery review or assistance in your area might be too far away.
Yeah. A lot of that is for detached housing, and I'll go back to what I said before. And our architectural design is not for detached housing in the main. It's mainly.
I'm off that first comment. That's done.
Yep.
Just saying, I'm agreeing that you've got a very busy branch at the moment.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Summers, you just reminded me as you were speaking about that part of the branch sort of folding, and it just reminded me, as you know, we launched the Self-Drive Heritage booklet yesterday, which came out of our Heritage Advisory Committee, and I guess it's worth other councillors and the general public noting that we are having trouble with our reforming the Heritage Advisory Committee on the same sort of grounds, because we have a lack of industry representatives. So if you know people and are sort of committed to that as something that's important, maybe speak to your industry representatives in heritage and design fields.
It's been a very active committee over the years, and particularly in terms of forming subcommittees and doing things such as the Heritage Drive booklet. There's a number of those booklets out, but we are having a little bit of trouble with our expression of interest getting the required number of good folk to sit on that advisory committee.
In the absence of any other questions, I think I'd be happy if there was a motion come forward that the Planning and Development Group report be received, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thanks,
well, probably, as you probably are aware by your programs, your calendars, we do have a 1 o'clock with TISBE, a quarterly report. So my plan would be to work now till a little after 12, probably 10 past 12. And then we'll have lunch, then we'll have Tisby, and then we'll have to resume our meeting because we have the tail end of the meeting has got 4 proposed motions coming forward and 3 confidential matters. So there'll be some time to be taken up there. But I think it's, having had a long-term appointment with Tisby, I think the best thing we can do is stop in 10 or 15 minutes' time, have lunch, and then do the Tisby stuff. So we'll move on to the next report, please. Water and Waste Services. Damien.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors.
Morning, Damien.
Morning, Damien.
Councillors, we had some rain in July, which was a beautiful thing, and that, along with the pumping from Wivenhoe, the dams have pretty much stayed as steady, which is a good thing. I've got there as at the 31st of July that Kubi Dam was closed. I believe we reopened that yesterday. I'm looking for the nod from Nick. I think that's right. Kubi Dam's reopened and that blue-green algae has gone. So all the dams are open for their recreation. Just going into water project services there, councillors. We're doing some work on duplication of the main between the Valve House and Mount Kynock, and that was where I've spoken to Chamber before about a leak that we had there just before this council was elected, that last week, before you were elected. So that's a good piece of work to continue on with. There's some images there of the Watala Inlet Works, the primary treatment area, and that's where we're going from basically cattle grates in terms of screening the influent, which is coming into that facility, down into some very small barriers. So they're about sort of half a centimetre across. And that's going to take out all those things like the wet wipes, people putting rubble, detritus. You know, we find all sorts of things at Watala and in the sewer. But that's going to help the processing and the biological agents and all those billions and billions of bugs that work every day for the council to break down the sewage. We've got the Perseverance pump station, the pump replacement. So Ergon's completed its work on the transformation of that to be from a 3.3 kVA connection. So now it's a dual 3.3 and 11 kVA. Ultimately, we will just go to 11 kVA as we bring our electrical and substations and our motors up to a modern day standard. Councillors, again there we've got some images of the C1 pump station, the switchgear, which is being replaced. We've got progressively through August, we've had isolations of Crestbrook and running off Perseverance or running off Kubi as we're doing critical pieces of work through our 3 dams. Now all of that material, I'm encouraging the engineers to keep all of that because really it's beautiful. Some of it should belong in a museum and ultimately that may well be where we put some of it and the school children can see what sterling service has been done by these pieces of gear. As I go into the water infrastructure services, on the last weekend we advertised and call for tenders in relation to the smart meters. That's a very exciting piece of work for council as we get more data into the business unit. As I go into the waste services part of this report, the second dot point there in operations, it's a good news story. We've crushed and reused 3,500 metres cubed. That's probably more than tonnes. It's metre cube of concrete be more than 1 tonne. As we've put that into the, incorporated into the building of the new hard stand and the storage for processing timber and green waste. Councillors, further down at the bottom of that page, the landfill rehabilitation program is progressing with Irongate and Quinalow sites both having commenced. That's a good news as we're addressing some of the environmental concerns out there with our legacy landfill sites. And the initial results from the landfill gas flaring, Mr Mayor, is very promising indeed. And with that, Mr Mayor, I'll pass it back to you, sir.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Platts, for that. 2 questions, well, 1 comment and 1 question. The first is in regard to the dam spillway upgrade project on page 5 of 8 of the report, and I note 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dot points of activity. that's currently taking place. And those 6 dot points tell me that we as an organisation, our people are spending time doing that work, and that is money. And I would love for us to get some clarity about, are we going to have to pay for those spillway upgrades ourselves or not? You know, because if it's the latter, if we could get determination on that, and if it's the latter, all of this work and time of our people who are doing these 6 dot points, maybe we could not be doing that work.
May I just, do you want to go to your second question, or do you want to address
Please,
that first?
please, thanks.
Councillors, you own 3 dam wall structures. They are, the responsibility of a dam wall owner is unequivocal. We have downstream communities. The responsibility to upgrade those dam spillways in accordance with the ANCOL guidelines is a non-negotiable. We are expected by the Dam Safety Regulator to upgrade those spillways. The projects will happen. It's a matter of who's paying for it, and that conversation, we have had this conversation when Community Cabinet was here, Mr Mayor. I remember we were with Minister Lynham and with Councillor Summerfield back in, I want to say, September 2018. I think it was around then. The department has been unequivocal that we must upgrade. As recently as last week, I've sought a further and final confirmation, and we spoke with the Dam Safety Regulator. A letter will be coming, but yes, we have, TRC has continually committed to doing these in the 2024-2025 and having them finished by then. We have been talking with Queensland Treasury Corporation about the funding of that, and I brought some material to the executive team last week that we discussed, but that is in the nature of loans. There does need to be a conversation about whether or not the state or the federal government can assist with the payment for that. We've had several conversations with not only the Department of Natural Resources but also Building Queensland. It's not Building Queensland's responsibility. They principally just work with the government-owned corporations, but it's on notice, and I've sat down with the CEO, Damien Gould, and with Queensland Treasury Corporation. There has been some periods where we've taken the dam spillway upgrades out of our forecast long-term financial model in the 10-year capital works program, and that's going back in. So that crystallises the conversation with Queensland Treasury Corporation and Treasury Department as to the financing of it. But there is no choice as a dam owner than to upgrade those dam spillways.
Indeed, it's just the payment. Who pays for it? Who actually foots the bill?
Yes.
And while we're waiting for a final determination on that, we're spending money.
Yes.
Second comment was in regard to what you were saying about Kubi Dam being open. And councillors will remember that in the last committee and ordinary meeting, I raised the idea of including information in our print newspaper editions across the region, where there was a report on what the toxin levels were in our recreational dams, because Councillor McMahon, Councillor Summerfield and I regularly, but probably Councillor O'Shea as well, regularly get requests and questions about what's happening with that. So I know that has gone to stakeholder engagement, and that the determination's been made that real estate in that rectangle in print is too precious for these regular updates. And I would just challenge that, especially over summer, when there's renewed interest in using our water assets for recreational use, and that we can expect more inquiries. And it would be just fantastic if we can be transparent about our decision-making process, show people that we're not being capricious about our decisions to close or open dams. It's based on the regulations that come from the state regulator. So that is just a comment, and I leave that with you.
Any more questions or comments, please? Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in relation to the questions raised by Councillor Von Hoff concerning the dam spillway upgrade project. Do you have an idea of when those various investigations in the 6 dot points that have been set out will be concluded by us, and when we'll be in a position then perhaps to go to the state or federal governments with an accessible, a dollar accessible case? Because at this stage, I take it we don't know how much it will cost to do this work.
Councillor Shine, thank you for the question. We're pretty good with the ballpark on how much this is going to cost. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. 200 is about where our headspace is. As you go through design, if you're at 50% design, concept design, 90, 80, the margins around that change. But even once you award a D&C contract, there's still contingencies in those estimates. But we're talking an order of magnitude of a significant investment, and we've been on various conversations with Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, Building Queensland, Queensland Treasury Corporation, and it's probably at its natural conclusion where it just needs to go to the Treasurer and off to the Premier.
Okay. Could I just ask another question? Different. The next page in your report referred to the amount of water being pumped out of Wivenhoe at the moment. Refers to the fact that we have an allowance, I take it, of 10,000 megs, is that right?
Yes.
Per year. And in 1 month, July, we pumped 1,264, which is well over the monthly average if you averaged out the allowance. Is that a concern?
No. These are, you bring it up when you've got the good weather, and you bring it up in accordance with operational constraints that you have. So we will run that gear as hard as we can whilst we've got good weather, because when a storm season comes through, we could have rolling storms where it's most prudent to leave all of that gear switched off so that she doesn't go into a sudden emergency stop. That's where we could lose a week, a day, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and that can hurt the program. So whilst you've got good weather, you bring it all up.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Question.
Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, most have been answered, but one that caught my attention was what actually happens to a decommissioned pump station? What actually happens to one of those?
At the dams, you mean, Councillor Jeff?
There's a Perseverance one, there's a decommissioned pump station that's...
Yes, we have one of those pumps in a container that had some vibrations back in 2016. It was cut open and worked out that the vanes have failed. They'd had cracks through them and they had been repaired earlier on. So there's only one pump in operation at Perseverance right now, and has been since 2016. Ultimately, we are going to... that Perseverance pump station has the longest line shaft. So the motors, the electrical motors are at the top, and the actual physical pump is down the bottom. And they're the longest line shafts, I believe, in the Southern Hemisphere that I'm aware of. And when we pull those out, we will lay them down at the depot, and then we will consider and work with GM Nick on whether or not any of this is suitable for some form of static display, that it can be safely done. Because these, ultimately, when we address the pumps at Kubi Dam and some of the electrical gear at Crestbrook and Perseverance, some of these things are absolutely magnificent to look at. And I'm sure that they can be the testament to their proud service on the rich traditions, bold ambitions. It's only through those dams that Toowoomba has been able to grow the way it has. And I think we will, at some point in time, when we've got the kit out, be thinking about what we actually do to give it a suitable respect and learnings for the next generations coming through.
Happy to hear that, thanks.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received, please? Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much, Damien. Further motion, please, that this meeting is adjourned until approximately 2:15. Someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Carroll and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried. 15. Brendan, are we live? Good. We'll resume the meeting and we'll move to item 10.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Report. General Manager Mike, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just a quick overview of the month of July. Just up front, a small, simple safety innovation, the team in the south, just showing that small innovations can be very useful for the different type of work that we do across the region. This one, them working with a local business in Pittsworth and just coming up with something that adds to the safety of a job. So it was well done on just something that's fairly straightforward in many ways, but obviously something that is very beneficial. Just going through the rest of the report, councillors, looking at Construction Maintenance South, the 2018 disaster recovery works are progressing very well, and we are looking, weather permitting, they should be completed by October, which will be good for those works to be completed at that time. Looking in the north, a number of projects have continued across the financial year, one being the Maringadan Shirley Road rehabilitation project, which is quite a significant project out at Maringadan there, and a lot of work happening there. Some good news in regards to Highfields Library project with the roadworks commencing, so photos in there showing the stormwater well underway. One of the projects out of last financial year, councils, that got wrapped up very early in July was the Hayden footpath. So as you can see there, it looks quite neat and tidy. And another good job that wrapped up in July was the Black Spot project for Perth and Coe Street roundabout. And the work that we've got a very good trades team under ENCS. The brickies there, they've done a lot of good work over the years for our different projects. And again, you know, obviously good at jigsaw puzzles, but working with the stonework and coming up with something that's, you know, bit more than you know, adding a bit of aesthetics to the works that we do. So that's great to have them on board. They've done some very good work on Mort Street in the past and Ruffton Street North and other things. They're a good team. And councillors, that's just a very quick overview of July. There's quite a number of works sort of just coming over by a couple of weeks into the new financial year and being wrapped up, and obviously kicking off on the 2021 program. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for GM Brady? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mike. Just on page 2 of 5, Mike, and congratulations on the work done up at the school there at Toowoomba State High School, Wilsonton campus. That was a concern for those folk for some time, and you've done a fair bit of work up there, I have to say, with other things. Just wondering in regard to the traffic signals, how we hold the signals at red for all vehicles for the duration of the pedestrian walk phase. Is that just during the peak hours, or is that through the whole day and weekend?
I'd have to take that as a question on notice, Councillor McDonald. I don't have that detail with me, the actual phasing.
If you could,
controls.
that'd be great.
Any more questions? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Brady, with the footpath at Hayden, I can't remember. I remember Councillor Glasheen had a particular bee in a bonnet about the footpath there. There was some contention about whether it was should be on one side of the road or on the other. Do you know? Can you remember any of that?
Yeah. So the photo here, probably the photo on the left, you can't really see it across the other side of the road. The project originally was just in front of the store at Hayden on that side of the road, and it expanded with the council's resolution at BR1 last December. Council gave the nod to do additional work, so we did the work if you go to Hayden now, the works are completed on both sides of the road there. So that was the original scope of work, was just on the store side, and then there was a request by council for the footpath. That was an old sort of gravel footpath through to the school to upgrade that. So that was completed.
I'll be sure to let it.
Further questions? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just further to that, the Hayden store is for heritage listed, so actually there's been a great job through there in the store. They've been very supportive, but we've done some extra work for them too. And, you know, it's just made it look really, really schmick. But I wanted really to comment on the works at the Coho Street roundabout. I think it's a great project finished, and it had, if you see on one of those photographs there, you can see that it's got really deep gutters, which could have just been concrete, but they've put all those rocks together, and it's on each, there's 4 of those, one on the other side of the road and one on the western side, on each side. So there's been a lot of work put in by the team, and it looks really good, and I've spoken to some of the people up there, and they were just so appreciative of it that they didn't think that council did things like that. So it looks really good. It could have been just plain concrete, very boring, would have done the job just the same. So they've just gone out of their way to do that, and I think that it's a really great job. Thank you.
Megan, did you have another question there before when I cut you off? Right, sorry. James.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just on the topic of that Hayden job there, Mike, I think feedback for your team there. We were out there recently, myself and Councillor McMahon, and dropped into the store there to see the Harveys there, and they spoke glowingly about the teams that were involved. I know this won't be any surprise to you, obviously, but just spoke in the highest regards for those crews. One, the work, not only the work they did, but 2, they supported them through the store and that as well. And I think that's sometimes one of those things that we overlook or miss. Obviously, it's just that so often these crews support those smaller communities through their pockets, so merchant purchases and stuff like that. And they made particular mention of that actually to me when I was out there. So I think that's something of just a comment, Mayor, and just of worthy to pass on to the teams, and it means a lot in those communities.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, would someone like to move the Infrastructure Services Group report be received, please? Councillor Carroll. Seconder, please. Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks very much, Mike.
Thank you, councillors.
Thanks, Mike.
Nick. I'll let you off this time.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, it gives me great pleasure to once again present the Environment Community Services Group report for the month of, we're in August now, covering July and August. Councillors, first item there, petition was received last year requesting upgrades to the Kingsthorpe Recreation Reserve, and councillors provided funding in this year's capital works budgets to undertake those works. So we've undertaken consultation, agreed the scope of works, and that project will commence as due for delivery by May next year, and the community is very pleased to see that happening. We continue to monitor our ability to increase our opening hours for various facilities and services, and you'll see the report highlights extended opening hours for our galleries here in Toowoomba and at Rosalie. Milne Bay Aquatic Centre and Highfields Fitness and Recreation Centre also operating hours are extended, and the Change project has recommenced and is having some uptake throughout the community. Also like to highlight that our council events team is available to local event organisers to assist them navigate their way through the COVID restrictions and requirements, and we've been actively engaging with event organisers to assist them in that regard, and that's a service that's available, so please make contact with us if you'd like to avail yourself of those services. And a number of projects are progressing, reaching completion or various milestones, and I'll just highlight in the property services area the Clifton Museum, Mbuya Kindergarten disability ramp, pool shell works at Cecil Plains, completion of the water slide, refurbishment at Milne Bay, and a new solar heating for the Highfields toddler pool. But lots of projects throughout the various branches have progressed and reached milestones, so just highlight the good work that's going on there. Mr Mayor, they're some brief highlights, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for the GM? Well, I'll start with one. How are we getting on with our fire mitigation? Obviously, we're well, there's a letter in today's paper, but apart from that, I guess it's fairly difficult circumstances. Can you just give us an explanation?
Yeah, sure, thank you. I hadn't caught up on that letter in the paper today, I must admit, but the wet weather is causing lots of delays for us. There was an attempt to conduct a burn on the range with main roads, and it just was unsuccessful. It's too wet, too green, and fire wouldn't start and move. So we're somewhat delayed. We continue to be hopeful that conditions will turn in our favour before it's too late, and we monitor the situation closely and have teams ready to go if we at all can.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor
Follow-up.
Vonhoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. A follow-up to your question and your comment, which is just to say that I think we will have the opportunity, correct me if I'm wrong, at the end of this Operation Cool Burn, no matter how much burning we actually get done, when that report comes back to council, and that might be the opportunity because we keep running into these problems, and then we can assess what we're going to do for 21, and perhaps then the slate is clear and we come up with a different strategy of how we go about this.
Yeah, that's correct, and you know, we are still hopeful that we've got September to do something if we need to, and I did check in with the team anticipating a question along those lines, Mr Mayor, and I guess it's probably highly unlikely, but you know, if conditions, it's quite green at the moment, but if conditions are favourable, you know, we'll extend the season for as long as we can and do what we can. We did look to start early, but unfortunately, again, conditions weren't favourable for us to commence any earlier this year either, so it's a bit of a challenge.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions, if I might ask them one at a time. Afternoon, Nick. Thank you for your time. I, instead of framing this to General Manager Platts, thought it would be better suited to you, just concerning recreational activities on Kubi. Now that it's open, with great excitement from the rather large community that uses that, and the amount of phone calls I got about concerns on, well, if you get a area that hasn't been open and all the fish reproduce and then it's open and everyone who's keen is there, and the bedlam that could possibly have taken place this weekend gone, this weekend coming in, and I suppose the well-used times. Just wondering if you could provide some ideas of what TRC does to minimise the disruption on bulk users of recreational activities on that dam at one time.
Yeah, sure. Look, if there's complaints that are being received, we'd be happy to have a look at undertaking some compliance activities over the weekend at the peak times, so we can do that, and we might try and undertake a bit of media too to let people understand what the expectation is, what's allowable, and what's not, and we'll look to roster on some compliance officers to undertake some compliance activities.
And follow up to that, if I may, thank you for the answer. Regarding, we have a strict policy on electric motors only to noise mitigation, environmental concerns, those kind of things, and apparently a few sidestepping the main boat ramp and getting onto the dam with air or water cooled, I don't know the technical term, noisier outboards. Is letting them on the dam something that we can look at doing, or is it a strictly policed thing at the moment?
So Kubi's open to electric motors only, or personal powered craft, so outboards are not allowed at Kubi. The dam is, there's lots of reasons that we don't allow that, environmental noise. Also, the dam's not really big enough for that. It's a safety matter, so that's something that we would police in our compliance activities as well.
No, thank you for those answers. Just on a different sort of a Carnival Flowers coming up, obviously no one needs to tell anyone about the success of it, and I know we've had a continued push to bring Carnival into the regions. I note in conversations that you and I have had about TR Eats, and that we are getting some fairly good traction with companies in our regions taking up the TR Eats, and I note one statistic you gave me is 36 eateries in all sorts of the smaller towns in our region have taken on board the TR Eats idea, which is good, but I'm wondering if you might be able to highlight how Carnival is looking to continue its presence in regional towns that have small micro businesses that have a point of business and are really struggling to get noticed.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I think Carnival is a carnival for the broader region and not just for Toowoomba, so we'd encourage those business owners to get on board, and the team's available to provide advice to anybody at any time about how they can become involved. You're right, there are a number of eateries that have gotten on board with the TR Eats, and they're scattered throughout the region. But not only that, we've got things like the Toowoomba Farmers Markets and the Queen's Park Markets obviously showcase local products and local artisans and bakeries and the rest of it, so that's an opportunity for people to get on board while there are visitors to our region. In addition to that, I know that the Carnival team's working with the coach tour operators to add regional legs to the various tours that are on, to showcase places, other townships and throughout the region. So there's lots of opportunities there. I guess I'd encourage people to get in contact with us. Give us a call on 131872 and ask to speak with the Carnival team, and they'll try and tailor something to your specific needs.
Yeah, thank you. And last question, if I may. I note in the report there was some garden beds in kind of rural CBDs of Oakey, Yarraman and Crow's Nest that were receiving some well-needed love and attention, and gardens planted after they were taken out in February or January because of the drought, and then the rain followed. There are a lot of land care groups or other groups that have been in touch with me saying our CBD strip is looking a little bit dull and neglected, and so I welcome the the inclusion of those garden bed works. Could you just highlight what's happening, for example, in Oakey, where many of us are this Friday, and the biggest question is going to be, what's happening with our dull, bland garden beds in the main street?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor McMahon. I think gardens right throughout the region have suffered as a result of the ongoing drought conditions. It's been pretty difficult for us to keep plants at their best. It's been difficult to keep some of them alive, so they're undergoing some refurbishment. So we're doing mulching and replanting. We're trying to use drought-tolerant hardy perennials where we can to add some foliage and colour, whilst at the same time respecting the drought conditions that we're under, and making our staff resources as efficient as they can be, rather than the high-intensity horticulture that's associated with flowering annuals and their required replacement.
There have been tremendous answers. Thank you, General Manager Hauser. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Rebecca?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you, Nick. Councillor Shine, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McMahon and I were in Crow's Nest yesterday afternoon, and we were sitting in the village green, I suppose, the Whisper Wall, whatever, with the Progress Association. And one of the things that they brought up with us, just behind us, that main fountain in the park there, was prompted by Councillor McMahon's comments. They were saying that sometime in the not too distant past there was an upgrade made to it, a filter change or something like this, and that since then there's been an issue with a recurrent fault, and that it costs in the order of $1,500 every time there's an attempt to fix it. And then there's some bigger problem going on. Do you know what the issue is and how we can get that going before the spring and people are there under the wisteria and enjoying that space?
No, I don't know what the particular problem is, but thanks to Councillor Shine for the heads up. I consulted with the team, and they did tell me that, yeah, it's an ongoing problem that requires some more extensive investigations. I think, as you know, you've given a bit of the history there of repairing it and it breaking down again, and so whatever it is, there's something more going wrong there that we need to have a better look at it. So we'll endeavour to do that, and hopefully the fix isn't too expensive.
Thank you.
Any questions? I've got a couple. Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Probably just to comment. Thanks, Nick. I just wanted to add to the just what we spoke about before with the carnival and taking it to the regions. I think like it's a real credit this year to Kate Scott and the team from Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers through this hashtag Treats, which is really about spreading right across that region. So she's reached out to Progress associations, eateries, reached out to nearly over almost 400 people via email, let them know that this is happening and loving them to get involved, because it's about having people visit different eateries, different cafes, just whatever it is over the entire month. So I think that's a really great promotion, obviously, of Carnival for an entire month. So and that's one way where we've been able to really engage local businesses, and that meaning right across the entire region. So I think that's something really to take into account. And then also, they've worked hard this year, as Nick mentioned before, with some of those coach tours and that around developing a number of different itineraries that take in a lot of the different areas of our region, and whether they're country pubs, whether they're local sellers, whether they're family food activities and things like that. So I think when we see this ever-evolving foodie culture that we have of this region, to see, I think it's 36 in total that have come on board with the hashtag Treat. So that's about developing their own special menu for Carnival at $20 to be advertised through Toowoomba Carnival Flowers website and all of the everything that comes with that, and to have 6 or 7 of those that are from those regions as well. So for the first year, for its inception, I think it's a good advertisement, and I think it's something we can see that'll only continue to grow.
Okay. I've got a question. The Main Street of Oakey, I've got a few complaints from locals out there that there's not too much happening in the Main Street in terms of vegetation. Is that because of the constant destruction of those plants, or is it because...
I think it's linked probably to the comments earlier about the challenges of the ongoing drought and the need to refurbish those garden beds. So some of that work's underway now, so mulching's happening and repairs to irrigation and some planting of some hardy perennials going in now. So hopefully that'll help to lift the aesthetic and the amenity of the main street.
Okay. And mistletoe, as you know, is a parasitic plant that just turns up and kills trees. Any chance of telling us how you're going with mistletoe control?
I've had a few lessons in mistletoe over the years. Every time this question pops its head up, Mr. Mayor, and there are different types of mistletoe. Some of them quite destructive, others not so destructive, and can have quite a symbiotic relationship with the tree, the host tree. So oftentimes, depending on the species of mistletoe, it's best to leave it alone. It we get more concerned about the way that it looks than the damage it's actually doing to the tree. But and that's the case for many of our trees in the city. So of course now, while they're leafless, have lost their leaves during winter, it's obvious and apparent to us, but it's difficult to remove without going and doing an absolute hatchet job on the trees, and they're not particularly detrimental to the tree's health.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Nick? Finance and Business Strategy. Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'll just hit on a few highlights from the Finance and Business Strategy Group's report for July. So that first item there is our Information Communication Technology team have completed the flood floor level portal for the Strategic Planning and Economic Development branch. So this mapping tool is accessible to the public and will assist with learning about their property's flood risk categories and help identify the finished floor level requirements of their property. And that's as specified in our planning scheme. And moving on to stakeholder engagement, and the YourSay online consultation website recorded 1,729 visits for the month of July with 9 new registrations. So we now have 4,023 registered participants. The bottom item there on that page, on page 1, social media engagement for July saw an 80% reduction compared to June and 90% reduction compared to July 2019. This downward trend is illustrated below in the Facebook engagement. Now, this was as a direct result of a vacancy that occurred during COVID, and as you're aware, we had a freeze on recruitment. So that position has now been filled, so we'd look to see an improvement in those trends. Moving on to the people and organisational development section, you'll note there that 678 employees and contractors have been inducted into the Principal Depot at Charlton. So the frequency of inductions has now been changed to weekly. So we were doing them on a daily basis in some cases to satisfy the demand. Also, great news that council is a finalist in 3 separate categories in the Regional Training Awards. So that's the Large Employer of the Year, the Trainee of the Year, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Trainee of the Year. So we're very excited to have those 3. Recruitment has recommenced. That's following the freeze for COVID, and we have approximately 50 advertisements have been placed over the last month or so, and most of these have now proceeded to the interview stage. I'm just moving on to financial services, and Council may recall in November last year we passed a resolution to provide support for water tanks. So 26 tanks rebates were provided in the final quarter. It cost the council of $7,800, and an additional 8 tanks were provided in July. And they were for actual applications that were received in June, so towards the end of June, and we just didn't have them processed by the end of the financial year. And moving on to the local spend, as you can see, we're up there at 59%. Again, we've got a target set at 60% here, so we're very happy with this 59 and 18 million there. So that's a significant investment into our region. And when I spoke earlier, going through the performance statement, you could see with the capital projects, we really are engaging. We're setting out to do exactly what we said we would do, and that is engaging our local suppliers wherever we possibly can. And moving on to the SIB report, we have started reporting a corporate plan and operational plan, so they're open for the year. And also we are updating asset management plans.
Okay, questions, Councillor Carl.
Mr Mayor, may I be excused from the meeting? I've got official duties at the Vietnam Vet Service in Oakey.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor Carl. Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, I had a question about the tank rebates. Can you remind me what we had in the budget for that and when it was concluding?
It was for the financial year. So the budget was for a reduction in rates income. So I think I haven't actually got the figures here with me, but it's well within budget what we agreed. I think we were allowing. I'm sorry, I'll have to get back to you with the actual figures, but I know it is well within. We're well within budget. Yes, we didn't actually start processing applications until around April, and so it's been a late rollout. So November decision. Took a while for it the process then to filter through, and then the actual applications and installations before the rebates could be paid.
Just wonder whether it might stimulate a conversation around whether we try and expand it or, try and make it a little bit more effective, I guess.
I'll be happy to take a report back to councillors with the possible expansion of the programme, yes.
Okay, Councillor Shine, then Summerfield, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has asked my question.
Okay. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually requested a report on this so that we could actually look at whether we could continue it, because people are still out there in the community talking rainwater tanks and wondering what options are available for them. And whilst we mightn't have had much of an uptake, and I know we didn't start advertising it until about January, I just wonder whether a report can definitely come back so that we can make a decision about whether we extend it for other people, because it is something that helps us save water, and I thank Councillor Megan for bringing it up, but I did request a report on that to see what we could do about it.
Is there a report coming or? Yep, okay. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to talk about the Regional Training Awards, and it's great that we've got 3 finalists in there. I went down last year. It was held at Gatton. There was myself and 2 of our staff representatives there, and we, I think, had 2, maybe 3, perhaps it was 4 from our district nominated. Western Downs had 3 tables, Gundawindi had 2, and I can't think there were tables there from everywhere else, and we had 4 people with ours. And I think for a big council like ours, I think that was very disappointing. We had I think Tiff and Nat won an award, I'm sure, and there were, I think we might have had 5 finalists last year. Certainly we had 4. And I just think from our council to support those people was quite a disappointment. So I'd like to see that we can try to have more people there to support our people that are on the short list down there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Just a quick comment on that. That's a great observation, Councillor Carroll. This year, I believe, they're on the 11th of September and there'll be a virtual awards, unfortunately, so it'll be tuned on the 11th of September, and that's how they'll be done, which is disappointing for those that are nominated because it's quite a good night. But anyway, COVID is what it is, and that couldn't be helped. And Abby Kirby is actually one of those who's a finalist in 2 areas, Trainee of the Year and Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander, and then the Regional Council is the overall Trainer of the Year. That's got nothing to do with the question, but it's important to know that
I could just say that when they do become, we really need to embrace it, because I was quite disappointed by our attendance even as a council, to have myself, just one councillor there, and 2 staff members. I think it was very disappointing.
Okay.
That was nothing to do with what I was going to ask, actually, but I was just adding some context to the answer,
right,
Mr Mayor. So if I could just ask a couple of little questions and some comments, if I could. First of all, Anne-Marie, in regard to our customer service centre in Little Street, and the possibility perhaps of adding another line in here for us to monitor, and that's the numbers of after-hours phone calls that come into the centre. Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Shine and myself were in there yesterday morning, and extraordinary number of phone calls over the weekend that came through, obviously, after hours. But then there's probably a question around the education of what one perceives as being an urgent matter and something that could wait to the next business day. So I'd just like to know what I think councillors should know what that is, the after hours numbers, how many we're actually getting, so we can look at a strategy around what we can do there. So that's probably more of a comment than anything else, or other than can we do it?
I'll follow up with that one.
Thank you. That'd be great. Staff turnover is 14%. Now that's it's a higher end of the what's classed as a industry standard, I guess, across local governments. I'm just wondering, of those 16 staff, how many of those were actually retirements?
Yes, thank you, councillors. So the executive leadership team actually queried the same question. So 8 were retirements, and you would recall over the last couple of months we had very few resignations across council. There are tax benefits from retiring in a new financial year, new tax year, but there were 8 retirements in July.
I thought that probably might have been the case. The last little question, if you can elaborate on, is around the small asset register, and in brackets it's got portable and attractive. I was just wondering what criteria there would be for a small asset register to be portable, you could understand, and maybe attractive you can, but I just wondered, particularly around the description of attractive, how is that determined, and is it a council decision to see what's attractive or not?
Now that's actually a counting term. So so portable and attractive is when it's below the thresholds. So council's threshold is $5 million for capitalising. So when it's below that threshold, it goes into the portable and attractive register. And so the term comes portable, so you can pick it up, and attractive, it looks good and you might like to steal it. So it's actually directly related to theft. So it's an attractive asset. So we're talking here about, sorry Nick, lawnmowers, blowers, you know, the equipment that Parks and Rec would have. So there would be a lot of portable and attractive
Very good.
assets within. So that was 5,000.
Well, that's
5,000 limit.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So that is the term is portable and attractive in accounting terms.
Right, I look forward to the next report on that. So that is. Just a comment, and it refers to the operational plan that we've endorsed today through the committee reports and is related to the ICT branch. It's on page 2 of your report today, and it talks about a backlog of work for ICT. And councillors will recall that the target for new initiatives for ICT was 4 for the financial year, and it ended up being 10. And the query then was, does this affect the workforce and the amount of work and what have you? And I guess today is probably, through this report, has magnified that it does have an impact.
And thank you, Councillor. We're very much aware of the workload. It's been an extremely busy couple of months for the ICT branch. The move to Charlton Depot, so there was a lot of setup, you know, even with staff moving out existing computers, and that you can imagine the amount of work there. And with COVID, with staff working from home, with social distancing, setting up workstations. So there has been a considerable amount of additional work in the ICT area. But notwithstanding that, we are reviewing the service levels and what we're doing and why we're doing it. And this will certainly come within the service delivery review. Do we need to be doing everything that we're doing at this point in time? So it's very much a target for review at the moment.
Very good. Final comment rather than a question. Again, broken record, but local supply for $18.6 million for July to kick the year off is a magnificent start for the year. So well under Robin and her team in regard to that. I know it's a whole of council approach, but there's no doubt that her oversight over this is a key contributing factor.
Yes, certainly has. Thank you for that.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the finance and business strategy?
Mr. Chair, there's
another question, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The new traffic control contract through you, Mr Mayor, has that traffic control around roadworks with the new standards, or what is that? I guess I should have asked Mark.
Yes, and we have worked very closely with
Yes.
ISG.
Yes.
It's traffic management.
It's traffic management, because it just keeps going up a notch all the time, and so we've released to have some of our, we need to have some of our people trained, because we often need to grab them where we haven't got anyone else available. So thank you very much.
No other questions? Would someone like to move the finance and business strategy group report be received, please?
Happy to move.
Councillor Shine and McDonald, those in favour? That's carried. Okay, now we move to item 11, which is matters of which notice has been given. Councillor Bonhoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll get the motion up there. Thank you, Wendy.
Would seek a motion to get it put on the table.
Sorry, no, I don't believe so.
It's already had notice given.
It's already given notice.
All right, notice given, right. That's the second lot, yeah.
Right, so councillors, the motion is there before you, and that is that council requests Part 1, the Queensland Government and Australian Government commit to undertaking a regional water supply options assessment, and that key supply options be considered for the Darling Downs. And Part 2, the Queensland and Australian governments acknowledge the criticality of this regional water supply options assessment by considering fast-tracking its completion. So that's the motion that's before you. There are reasons that have also been tabled. I can speak to the motion as well. Yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Anyone wishing to ask questions or
No. Yourself.
go to debate?
If no questions, can I speak to it, please, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry?
If no questions, can I speak to it, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you can speak to it.
Okay, so Councillors, that is the motion. The reasons are there, but the motion before you today is an acknowledgement that we're limited by two things: cost and the availability of water supply options within the geographical boundaries of our local government area. And we know what options we have, we know what we can afford, and we know what is within Toowoomba Regional Council. We know that we can increase our water security by perhaps a gig here and a few there, but we've got more than $1 billion worth of industry waiting to be unlocked around Charlton and Wellcamp, and that means jobs and for people in our region. And our incremental water increases won't unlock our potential. We need something big, we need something generational, and I'm talking about hundreds of gigalitres. We have in our slogan bold ambitions, so let's be bold with what we're aspiring to here. We're also told that to pay back the debt that we're accruing as a nation and as a state, we need to grow our way out of COVID. Well, here's an opportunity. And I know that this will be supported by industry and agriculture because we've heard what they've been saying and we've been listening to that. We are Australia's future inland hub if we can just add water. So let's extract that commitment, that every option be put on the table and then eliminate them one by one through the assessment process until the best water source for the Downs is identified. And that water supply will take us forward beyond my generation and my children's generation into the future. Is that reworking the Nathan Dam? Is that desalination along the coast and connection to our region? Is that a grid across the Downs, pipes into Wyaralong? We might each have our own personal opinions on what the best option is, but opinions need to be supported by evidence. And opinions alone can't justify massive infrastructure spending. So let's take our opinions out of it and get an assessment moving. We need the state government to have agency in our water security. And we need the federal government to have the same. We need them to have skin in the game. And I note that the Federal Water Minister, Keith Pitt, is in our region today in Millmerran, so I thank him in advance for his consideration of our sentiments. I consider this motion to be a very positive motion. And if I consider this motion from the perspective of the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy, I imagine that this would be a useful and critical springboard for them to assess long-term water options for the Downs. Without this motion, what would be the trigger for them to do anything? If this motion is supported today, what happens next? As I said, this is a necessary formal first step. And if there is a commitment, the state government might decide there is no need for a long-term supply, but let that be on them and not on us. This will be a long journey. Those long journeys start today with this step. Naturally, we'll keep advancing our water security plans that take into account population projections and delivering clean, quality water. We'll keep planning for levels of service, peak demand periods, population projections, risk and reliability. But beyond the day-to-day, councillors, let's support this motion and let the record show that today, 18th of August 2020, we showed leadership and we showed vision and we asked the Queensland Government and the Australian Government for cooperation to work on securing significant water sources for our future. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Von Hoff, the quote about the $1 billion unlocked potential, where does that figure come from?
So that, I don't know how much of this is commercial in confidence, but that I've seen material from a particular organisation in town, which I can share with you after the meeting, and that is plans that they have that need water to progress.
Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question in relation to the motion that we passed with the Merrill minute earlier today, where we're joining forces with other regional local authorities. How does that impact, if at all, or how does it interface at all with the motions that you're presenting this afternoon?
So it was always envisaged that we would take this leadership position, and then if the other councils were supportive, they could also take that leadership position. And it comes back to what I was saying earlier, united we stand, divided we fall. Each one of us regional councils are in the same boat. Those words that I said could be replicated for the other councils. We're constrained by cost, and we're constrained by what water supply options are in our local government areas. And so the idea would be that that alliance, then we're all on the same page, and that we can find a solution for the Downs. And I think that probably there's already a lot of synergy. There's already, I know from conversations that there's a lot of hope that the state government will complete an assessment, locate a need, and then provide a source. And then all of the funding jostling can begin. And like I said, this is a really long project, but it would start today. With regard to, I think probably what you're going to say is about the inclusion of Tenterfield. I don't think that it would be a hindrance, because they also would like water supply options. I'm not sure really how that would, that level of interface, but this one's particularly for the Downs, and so therefore it would particularly concern Western Downs, Toowoomba Regional Council and Southern Downs Regional Council, logically.
Just, if I could, Mayor, just supplementary to that question.
Yes.
If I could, would you just clarify whether you propose that in the wording up there that Toowoomba Regional Council really approaches the Queensland Government and Australian Government, or is it the case that we should present a unified face and have that unified body that we've referred to earlier today make that approach, or both?
I don't know, perhaps both, I guess. I come back to my comments about if we can be unified, that's the best position, because we have that strength in numbers. And ideally, what we're saying to the state government is exactly the same as what we're saying to the federal government. And the federal government's involvement in this would be that because the state has carriage of water, the federal government would be involved in financing the assessment in the first phase, and then, or could be involved in financing the assessment in the first phase. And then, because sometimes these assessments are several millions of dollars, they're not small projects. And then that then by default gives them an investment in the process, and it's probably reasonable to expect that then, if there were to be a source identified and the costings and the viability and all of that reconciled, that there would be the case put to the federal government as well as the state government that we need the funding for this to occur.
Thank you.
Any other suggestions? I personally have no problem with it. I think it in some ways complements what we talked about this morning, but every opportunity we get, and Brian and I were in Canberra on the 21st of October, where this was the very subject that we took up with the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. I've seen the Prime Minister's communications back to John McVeigh. They are aware that we're on this journey, and I think really success with issues like this is about every time you get the opportunity to keep bringing it up from different angles, and particularly to be collectively, to get a group of people who are of the same opinion without division, and make sure you do it. So I have no problem with it. It's just another method, I think, of keeping the message in front of those who it needs to be kept in front of.
If I can just clarify, sorry, Mr Mayor, I think the difference is that there have been so many informal conversations, probably thousands of informal conversations, and the intent of this is to formalise it, to formalise a resolution from this council.
As I said, I have no trouble with that.
Thank you.
No trouble at all. The other opportunity I had was to talk to the Premier when she came to town to try and see if we could work out a little bit about the Warwick pipeline. And I think that very same message was given to her, very same message indeed. So, you know, it's certainly out there. Okay, any other comments?
Just a comment, question, query, all the same. Look, I support the motion as well. I think irrespective of how much work's been done in the past, which is all good work, this does put a stake in the ground, I guess, to say, well, we will lead this as a regional council. I guess just picking up on Councillor Shine's comments, and it occurs to me that, Mayor, you also chair the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, and this motion includes that area as well to be considered for the Darling Downs. So, and I agree that the other areas would, I don't think they'd say no to this, but it would be nice to probably include that group in somehow in the motion, whether that was for this to go to that meeting to be formalised. I'm just picking up on the, you know, we all in together. You know, you get more listening ears when you go as a collective group. I just wonder whether that was something that perhaps, whether it's another addition, number 3, that you take it to that group for that level of endorsement as well.
Yep.
Because you're taking a much bigger area, and we're referencing all the Darling Downs in the motion, so that might just give extra weighting to the letter.
One of our key focuses in Darling Downs and South West is water. One of our key focuses, future water. I
wonder if
in the broadest possible sense. And of course, it's a much bigger picture.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald, and I appreciate your comments. I'm not inclined to add a third aspect to the motion, although I believe it's entirely valuable what you're proposing. I just would have assumed that that is part of your responsibility in that function, in that group, to relay this information as a matter of course. I don't think it would need to be articulated in this motion.
I agree.
Okay, any more comments? If not, I'll put the motion. Moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried. Move to the next area where I understand there'll be motions coming forward that will need the consent of council to bring them to the table. Councillor McDonald.
Okay, thanks, Mr Mayor. Item 12.1 is seeking support to request the review of the Darling Downs Regional Plan. That's the first motion. See if that can happen. I'm happy to move that, obviously.
Move that it be brought to the table. Yes, Councillor O'Shea. Any comments? Those in favour?
Sorry, there was a...
comment? Have we got a comment?
There was just a comment, and that is that in all likelihood this is a very worthy motion, but I don't know enough about it, and I would appreciate an information session to be a little bit more briefed on it before voting on it.
I think behind this is a very simple matter, and that is that the original Darling Downs plan was done in the shadow of the resource sector's activity in this area, and it didn't take in very much at all. And I think the fact that we ought to move forward fairly quickly with this and get a proper plan done, it was a very, very narrow focus of that plan. And I think it was the Deputy Premier of the day, Jeff Seeney, who certainly pushed that through. So I'm
Mr Mayor, just a point of order. Have we moved a motion to suspend standing orders? Or? No. It says here that standing orders policy permission be granted to consider this. I don't think we've done that.
We have a motion to consider it.
Consider it. No,
you haven't voted yet on that motion.
No, but yeah.
On that motion, Nick.
Thank you.
Oh, we haven't voted. Sorry.
We only got it last night.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, I hear what you're saying. We'll put the motion that it be dealt with. Sorry, Carol?
Sorry.
Well, I've confessed to making a mistake.
I wasn't. I was just saying that before we should have done that first. But
Yes, absolutely, and I have apologised for making the mistake. So we have a motion moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor O'Shea. This matter be brought to the table.
Mr Mayor, I think the question that was asked was in relation to whether we agree to debate it now. That was what the question was about.
So my question was about...
Just a moment.
About it.
My understanding of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we are, there is a motion to bring this to the table for discussion.
Yes, that's mine.
Then the motion will be moved by somebody and seconded by somebody, and then we'll move into debate.
If we agree to it, yeah.
If you agree.
But that's what the question was about, the question was in relation to whether we decide to vote for it or not. And that was, do we have enough information about it to do the debate? That was the question, and so we're just trying to find out, and you were on the right track in talking about what you were saying about the report.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it's just to make sure that all the councillors around the room have enough information about the Darling Downs Regional Plan, or whether they want to have a workshop on it before they actually debate it, was the impression I got. I'm just trying to clarify it all here.
So
Okay. Well, it's in your hands. I guess the motion before us now is whether we bring it to the table or not.
So, Mr Mayor, can I just ask a question, please, without anybody getting cranky with me? Thank you. We have a motion there to seek the review of and that in accordance that policy permission, but we've only got these last night, unlike Councillor Vonhoff's. We need to seek permission, I believe, for all these motions to come before council.
Absolutely. That's the motion we're dealing with at the moment.
That's what I was trying to say.
We are seeking permission for this first motion regarding the Darling Downs plan to come to the table for discussion now. Okay? If you don't want it to come forward, we'll vote in the negative.
Well,
Councillor Vonhoff?
So sorry, Mr Mayor, could we not say, yes, bring it to the table, and then now it's at the table, we need some more information, and then that would be the outcome of the discussion?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got enough information either, I'm sorry.
Righto. Well, let's get this one out of the road to bring it to the table. The motion is before you that this matter comes forward for discussion in general business. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Councillor McDonald, would you put the motion?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I take on board the comments around information, and perhaps we could add another motion to this original motion. But it's simply, and the reasons for the motion are highlighted, given the fact that not everyone has access to the paper or that on the screen. I will read that the Darling Downs Regional Plan is out of date. In fact, it was adopted in October 2013 and does not recognise the major infrastructure investment that has occurred in the region and the challenges of changing climate, including water security for sustainable agriculture and towns. The plan primarily focuses on issues between agriculture and rural towns with resource, mining and gas activities. 2, the plan does not reflect and integrate at a regional level the State Planning Policy 2017 or provide a long-term cohesive strategic direction for the region. The lack of cohesive planning impacts other state policy, including regional transport plans, economic development strategy and planning for natural areas. It does not provide expected guidance for local government planning. Local planning instruments are required to integrate state and regional planning matters, but there is limited regional direction from the plan or that is current. The Toowoomba Regional Council has resolved to prepare a new planning scheme. Regional plans assist to ensure broader regional outcomes are achieved when applying state policy in local planning instruments. That's a key reason for this come forward. Number 3, a number of key emerging issues and gaps include water security, economic enabling infrastructure, including transport infrastructure. The current plan predates the major transport infrastructure and therefore does not recognise the significant opportunity of multimodal connectivity of Wellcamp Airport, Inland Rail and the National Highway Network. It does not consider the role of Toowoomba as an inland port and the important relationship to the inland port with the broader Darling Downs transport network and flowing economic and land use implications of these nationally significant infrastructure. There are a number of actions identified in the Darling Downs Regional Transport Plan 2018 that require additional investigation and land use planning, which could be advanced in conjunction with review of the plan. Better consideration of regional transport planning would address gaps in the Darling Downs network, as well as the disconnect with the South East Queensland Regional Transport Plan. Energy is another area. There are significant renewable waste to energy opportunities within the Darling Downs that support the Powering Queensland plan and facilitate the Queensland Government's target of 50% of Queensland's energy from renewable sources by 2030 to reduce emissions, address climate change and diversify regional economies. The opportunity for the local region to capitalise on potential lower energy costs for economic diversification, including manufacturing and value-add agribusiness, could also be considered. The plan does not address the substantial changes affecting the resource sector and transitioning away from these activities in the long term. Food security. The importance of Darling Downs' agricultural value is recognised in the current plan, but the importance of supply chain logistics and access to markets is not addressed, and particularly important in post-COVID. Tourism, including development-related activities and infrastructure to support tourism opportunities. Biodiversity and natural areas, area planning include koala habitat, currently only recognised in the South East Queensland Regional Plan. However, there are known habitats in the balance area of Toowoomba region and Darling Downs. Opportunity for offsets include tree farms, carbon sequestration as an emerging economic enabler, as well as contribution to climate resilience. Conflict with the South East Queensland Regional Plan. Provide clarity and direction regarding land use where both plans coexist. For example, the plan identifies Cambodia and surrounds as part of the priority living area buffer, but it also is included in the South East Queensland Regional Plan urban footprint. Now, the Darling Downs plan, so that's the reasons why, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to leave that for the time being.
Yep.
If there's any questions.
You've moved that.
Motion, sorry, I should read the motion, that the Mayor, as Chair of Darling Downs and South West Region Council of Mayors, raise the need to review the Darling Downs Regional Plan and seek support of Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors to write to the Premier seeking a review of the Darling Downs Regional Plan. And the reasons were mentioned before.
And you've moved that?
I'll move that, yeah.
Seconder, please.
Yeah.
Councillor Summerfield, you seconded that? Any comments? Anyone wishing to go into debate? Would you like to say something? And then Councillor Von Hoff.
Yeah, I too was probably a little bit, well, not confused by this, but I suppose I just didn't have enough knowledge. But when we had our planning meeting this morning, Stuart and his staff were able to take us through it. But my fear, I guess, initially was that, well, particularly the new councillors, but myself as well, didn't have enough knowledge of what the regional plan was, what the Darling Downs regional plan was, to make a decision one way or the other. But I guess I'm just comforted by the fact that the motion is for you as the Mayor, as the Chair of Darling Downs and South West Region Council of Mayors, to raise the issue. So at this stage, I'm comfortable with the motion.
Yep.
Thank you.
And particularly given, as I said previously when we were asking whether we should bring this to the table or not, the previous plan was very, very narrow indeed. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Everything that I just heard then sounds great, but I don't have prior knowledge of the Darling Downs regional plan. I don't even know who the author of the plan is. I presume the state government, but the fact that I'm unsure of that tells me that I don't know enough about this to vote in confidence on it. And so I come back to my previous statement about requesting an information session to get up to speed before voting.
Mr Mayor, could I add a second?
Can I just say, I think this is the beginning of a journey.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry?
No, it is. I was just going to
Yeah,
say.
you say what you like, but I think this motion will put in place a movement to go forward and sort the plan out.
Yeah. I was just thinking to give comfort to councillors, an information session on the Darling Downs Regional Plan, information on the South East Queensland Plan, where that fits in, can still occur. And perhaps that could be the second motion in this for councillors to be up to date. But this motion, particularly in line with our own planning scheme under review, the timing for this, for us personally, is what you'd say perfect timing. And we need to bring things up to speed. So I'd be happy, Councillor Vonhoff, if you wanted to put a second part to this motion, that councillors receive an information session on the Darling Downs Regional Plan. So that gives you comfort that you get to know about it.
Maybe a comment from our General Manager in respect to the way forward here. I'm sure there'd be a number of, significant number of information sessions if we were to move forward with a regional plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the Darling Downs Regional Plan was is now a legacy, I guess. It is totally out of date. It was produced by the then LNP government, the state government, who were keen to ensure that the resources industry and agriculture in particular, and a number of townships in the region would not conflict with each other. It was a fairly quick exercise, and it was a unique exercise in that the principal working committee were all the mayors across the Darling Downs region. There was not a lot of involvement with technical officers from councils across the region, but I think it was a plan that was built for the day and the moment. But look, for a slightly more in-depth analysis of what it is, I could invite Michelle to...
Would this motion not be the beginning of a journey to put
Oh,
all the
absolutely.
facts on the table in respect to it and work with the state government planning area to build a new plan?
Yep. Principally, the state takes on, if we take the SEQ as a model, the state takes on the task of doing the work. However, it involves a lot of work from the relevant local governments that are within the region as well. So we need to be mindful that if we push in this direction, that we're probably bringing a wheelbarrow load of work to our planning officers. However, that's somewhat down the track. And I guess we're looking at an ambitious program going out for the next 4 or 5 years in terms of our own strategic documents, and especially the planning scheme. And I guess if the state wanted to work with us at that stage in terms of reviewing the regional plan, that would be pretty good timing. But it would probably involve a bit more work from council officers' viewpoint.
Yep.
But that's the way the world is at the moment.
Yep. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you, a question for Stuart. How is the Darling Downs Regional Plan used at the moment? If it's, it's so out of date, is it dusty and just on a shelf somewhere? How is it actually applied?
Couldn't have described it better myself. Very dusty and lying on many bookshelves around the place. It's not used. It is just not a document that is used at the moment. It's very much out of date.
So what would be the point of updating it if it's not used?
It's not used because it's not relevant any longer. It's used by date. As I said, it was really a plan for the moment and the day, addressing very specific issues in 2013. It arrived at its use by date very early in the piece. And Michelle is our strategic planner, And I think I wouldn't mind her trying to answer that one as well. But it's a good question, but it's one I think that is fairly easy to answer. Is that okay?
Michelle will answer the question, then we'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, councillors. The relevance of the regional plan was, as Stuart said, of its time, and the reason it was made out of date was it primarily addressed agricultural significant areas and resource issues and the implications of resources in relation to those agricultural values and the towns in those areas. So unlike all of the other regional plans in Queensland, it didn't address matters such as other economic activities, including tourism. It doesn't address long-term growth options. It doesn't address, new and emerging industries and employment that might result from that, or natural areas. So they are some of the things that are missing. So in terms of its relevance, that's where it's lacking. It was an early and predecessor to the Regional Planning Interests Act, which now has picked up a lot of the values around agriculture and the relationship of agriculture to mining. And so a lot of that is dealt with in that Act and only a small proportion in the Darling Downs Regional Plan. So the fact that there are gaps in the regional plan is it's the reason why it's not used. And in the absence of that regional context, it is up to local governments within their own boundaries to make decisions, and it does not take the broader context. And that's quite different to the other regional plans in Queensland, preceding and after this particular regional plan. So the ones preceding this, even though there are some that are older, somewhat remain more relevant because they had a broader range of issues that they dealt with, and that particularly for some of those western areas, haven't seen the rapid change that we have seen in our region, particularly in relation to infrastructure. Those that have been more recent, again, deal with a more comprehensive range of issues and are updated to deal with relevant circumstances. So its relevance is due primarily because of the lack of information in it, which was a particular format, a particular format at that time.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Councillor Taylor.
Mr Mayor, and just further to that, maybe we're casting our net too wide, saying the Darling Downs and South West if it's a Darling Downs regional plan. Yep. At the end of the day, I'm certain that the statistical division was used as, and Councillor Jeff McDonald mentions Cambodia and Wairima, that's how they got picked up, and Highfields, and because they were in what was called the statistical division of Toowoomba City. And so it's way out of date, but my question to you, or my comment, I suppose, is Darling Downs and South West is too wide a net when this is a Darling Downs regional plan. I actually come from the South West, so we don't have too many synergies with in closer here. So at the end of the day, that, number two, if it were going to be a usable plan, would need quite a bit of resource thrown into it, not something that you just scramble around and update. And then number three, what would we use it for? If that investment of time and money and staff time, is it going to be used as a tool for what? You have to justify something, not just do it just because you want to do it. Could you answer that, please, through Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Basically, you are right, and the SEQ regional plan has set the gold standard for regional plans, and it incorporates not just land use, but economic development as well. For example, the first thing that comes to my mind is that the Darling Downs' key resource is agriculture, and its key long-term resource is agriculture. And to be honest, the regional plan doesn't do a lot to protect that very important long-term resource. So that would be a very important role. There is legislation that covers off on part of that. However, in terms of the greatest danger to good urban areas is not mining, it's housing. And by plonking a house in the middle of a great farming area, you can really cause issues. So there is nothing preventing that from happening throughout our great agricultural areas. But there are things like transport. We need to recognise the the steps forward in transport and those that are still required. In terms of bringing produce to the airport and to the railheads and things like that. There's a whole range of issues that are required now.
Modal areas with trucks and trains.
Yes, absolutely. There are so many issues that a good regional plan could address. And and I think we need it. The time has come for a comprehensive South East Queensland-like regional plan for the Darling Downs.
Thank you, Stuart. So you're saying that should we do this, and I would only support it if it was comprehensive, well thought out, and certainly a usable document. And that way you're saying that if it were, that then it would be used.
Of course, and it is that
as a lobbying tool as well as a guiding.
Well, it's a guidance to the planning of the 5, 6, 7 local government areas that are in the region.
Okay, thank you.
Did the previous plan take in Southern Downs, Western Downs and ourselves? Was that the entirety of it? I thought it was even more focused on the areas where the...
Do you know the...
It took in Southern Downs, Western Downs, and I have to check the next one.
Maranoa? No, surely not.
No, it's not part of the Darling Downs. No.
So we're talking about the area that's ourselves, Western Downs and Southern Downs?
Downs, yeah.
We can check on that.
That was my recollection, was it was those three.
And I think it was particularly focused on the coming coal seam gas industry that we thought was going to be a lot bigger than it ended up.
And also the mining exploration rights out at Felton and those places. Yep.
That's right.
Yep, and the potential for conflict between urban, rural and mining.
Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So I appreciate that information, Stuart and Michelle, and I have a better understanding of what we're dealing with now. I'm comfortable to vote in favour of this, but I wonder if the inclusion of the Darling Downs and South West Regional Council of Mayors seems superfluous, and perhaps it could just be that the Mayor raise the need to review the Darling Downs regional plan with the Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk seeking a review of the Darling Downs regional plan, or seeking its review or something like that.
Mr Mayor?
Should you put
council areas that are in the plan are Balonne, Gundawindi, Maranoa, Southern Downs, Toowoomba and Western Downs. So it would be quite relevant. Would it?
Goes as far as Balonne.
It's broader than Southern Downs, Western Downs. It is exactly what Councillor Summerfield has said. That's why it was.
It's not Darling Downs out there.
Well,
there. Well, that's another argument, isn't it?
It is not.
Yeah.
Do we go? There are two elements here. One is A, going to the Premier to talk about it, and B, then talking to the various shires regions that have been involved previously.
It's actually the other way around. It's you talking to those groups first, which you do regularly, and then going to the Premier as a unified.
By way of a letter, I think.
So we're closer to Gundawindi than we are to Balonne. So you have to wonder at the how it was actually set up, because Gundawindi touches a border with us, Balonne doesn't.
Right.
So if you want to, and Maranoa doesn't. So if you're starting. But, I guess that there's another conversation as we move into this. There's another conversation at who should be in the Darling Downs regional plan, because Southwest is an area all of its own.
Okay. Way forward.
Well, I'm happy to move. We've had discussion. I'm happy to.
As it stands.
No, we've added number 2. The councillors receive an information session on the Darling Downs regional plan, and I think that's reasonable to
support that.
Well, if I were to write to the Premier seeking a review and we had those information sessions, that'd be 2 good steps in the right direction.
I believe you're right. I agree with you.
Righto. You've moved it. Anyone wishing to go into further debate?
So,
just one comment if I may.
Yeah, righto.
Okay.
You first, and then I'll go to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. It seems to me that whatever it is in the Darling Downs Regional Plan as currently drafted, it's ineffective and probably irrelevant to most of the areas that Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Taylor have referred to. And I think we should be asking for not a review of the existing one, but for a new plan for the Darling Downs. And my second point is that it should be done swiftly, bearing in mind the electoral calendar that we're in, and it may well form part of a election promise to might be appealing to both sides of politics to promise it as a election issue.
Just a moment, Councillor Taylor.
Oh, sure.
Mr Mayor, I couldn't agree more, and that's why I mentioned what I mentioned. The relevance of who's been in there. We don't want an update of it. We don't want it to be reviewed. We need a new one. And actually, Southwest, Maranoa, Ballon, they really have no synergies with the Darling Downs, except that we're all in local government. That's all. It's quite different. And Councillor Shine has nailed it, in my view, and I think we need to have number one, decide who's going to be in it for relevance and if it's going to be used and useful, and number two, then ask for a new plan to be developed.
Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I think we've just jumped ahead one too many. I think review actually would include the review of where it's located, who sits in there, where it sits, and I don't disagree that it needs to be new, but I think a review of where it's currently at would be probably the first step.
Well,
and seek support from the currently included councils to write to the Premier.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Shines mentioned that it could be something that it would be a pre-election commitment for both sides of Parliament.
Yep.
Why would we review a plan that hasn't even been used and has no relevance? We really need to develop a new plan.
What the motion asks for.
No, it doesn't. It says to review. It doesn't say make a new plan.
Okay, well, how about if we were to add a review and update, or a review and determine whether a new plan is required? Review to me covers both areas.
We know a new plan's required. It's not, and in that, if you're going to review, it's not going to be given as an election.
Part of a review of anything is to determine whether it is relevant, and that will do that.
Can I make a comment, Mr Mayor? I'm sorry, but if a plan has sat on the shelf for a long time, you don't need to review it. It means it has no value.
So we are debating now.
Mayor, we had a motion up there, so if we want to go into debate...
We have a motion. Are you comfortable to put that motion to the mover and the seconder?
Yep.
As it stands? That's the case?
Better.
We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried.
Mr Mayor, can you record my vote, please? Not that I don't want the plan. I just think to review is just a waste of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor wishes to have a name vote recorded. Councillor Von Hoff, do you wish to have your...
No, I'm fine. I agree with, the doing something with the plan. It's just, I would have liked a fresh document that might have been more useful, but on we go.
The journey.
I've got to start somewhere. Right.
12.2, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McDonald.
Go to the next one, which is to move that in accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders policy, permission be granted to consider at this meeting in fact, the seeking of support to contact the Premier regarding the region's eligibility for the Queensland Government's recently announced Back to Work initiatives.
I'm happy to second that, Mr Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Those in favour?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak to that. If Councillor McDonald's not speaking, we talk...
This is to bring it to the table?
To bring it to the table. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the first motion, the procedural motion, to bring this to the table. Those in favour again, please. It's carried without dissent. Councillor McDonald, would you move the motion, please?
I'm happy to read the motion, and then perhaps Councillor Taylor, I'm happy for her to speak to the motion first if she chooses to do so. Number one, that the Mayor urgently contact and write to the Premier, the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, requesting that businesses in the Toowoomba Regional Council area be eligible for the following back-to-work initiatives recently announced by the State Government. A, employer support, and B, apprentice trainee support boost. 2, that the Mayor make representation to the Premier, the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, seeking assurance that policy decisions, including regional Queensland, include the Toowoomba Regional Council area. They're the two motions. Councillor Taylor, I'm happy for you to talk to those.
McDonald, I'm not necessarily, I'm asking Wendy, can I ask through you, Mr Mayor, if you can get up that supporting information on that link that's been given to us through there? And
copied underneath.
And Mr Mayor, can I say to you that we discussed that this morning in the COVID recovery meeting that we had this morning? And if you have a look up there, you'll find that the Back to Work, where the program is delivered, regional, and have a look who's in it, look who's not in it, and that will tell you everything. I mean, we've got Wide Bay, Burnett, North Queensland, Far North Queensland, Mackay Whitsunday, Central Queensland, North West Queensland, South West Queensland, and then who's not in it? Who's not it? And then down here with the Back to Work employer support, Ipswich, Lockyer Valley, Logan, Moreton Bay, Scenic Rim and Somerset. Now, I'm not having, those councils deserve it, I'm not saying they don't, but it's not available in Brisbane, Gold Coast, Noosa, Redlands, Sunshine Coast and Toowoomba. You can't even say it's South East Queensland because Ipswich, Logan, Moreton Bay and Scenic Rim, Somerset and Lockyer are all in South East Queensland as well. So there doesn't seem to be any rule to this, and I would like to know why employers and employer support and the Back to Work program is deemed not to be, that our community doesn't seem to be included in this. Why? I see no reason why.
So, Mr Chair, if I could comment, I can't give you the answer to that, Councillor Taylor, which is why this motion's been brought forward today. And it brought rise, in fact, Councillor Shine and myself visited Oakey last Friday and were speaking with one of the local businesses there, Oakey Electrical, and Andrew and Nicole Langton actually brought it to our attention. It wasn't the first time it's been brought to our attention, and councillors will also know of other grants that have been available for local government areas that we have been unsuccessful for, because we're in you could say we're in a very opportunist position geographically, in that we're both in the Darling Downs regional plan, which we've just spoken about, but we also sit in the South East Queensland regional plan.
Only the city area.
Only the city area. So some of these grants and opportunities are defined by their geographical area. In this case and in other cases, we seem to have been missed out, whether it's through South East Queensland in someone and through regional Queensland in others. So this is really an opportunity, Mayor, for you to make representation to correct that, not only for this, but to ensure in the second part of the motion that that we aren't disadvantaged by being in both, which I don't think we are, but in this case it certainly highlights the fact that because we're in both plans, it may well have been one of the drivers. I think we have opportunity to not only correct it for this one, but to put it to the attention of government, the state government, that we also need to be included when other opportunities arise. So it was very heartwarming to hear from Andrew and Nicole the fact that they were looking to employ more people in their store at Oakey, and they saw this as an opportunity. And this, in fact, has stopped them from employing someone. So that's the impact these things have on the ground. And employing someone in one of our regional townships is, as you've said on other occasions, Mr Mayor, may be equivalent to employing 10 people in Toowoomba. So I can't see why we should miss out on this. So I present that motion for voting today.
Mr Mayor, if I could just make another comment on that.
Just a moment, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Megan's had a hand up for quite some time.
I do support this motion on the face of it because, of course, we want to support our local businesses, and I too have been contacted by local businesses asking why we're not classified as eligible for the Back to Work program. But I caution us to know what the implications of this are. So if we're sometimes eligible for some programs but not eligible for others, And is it based on regions? Is it based on, like, because we're in the southeast Queensland region, or is it because we're in the Darling Downs region or the southwest region? Just to know exactly what those implications are, if sometimes, you know, we might be sort of falling between the cracks, or we might be doing really well by being sometimes considered and sometimes not. So it's not only to do with this, and fair enough, the local businesses are missing out, but are we sometimes getting really good funding for roads or something else? So, you know, I just caution to tread lightly, I guess.
Thank you.
I think a classical example that's brought to my mind regularly is the payroll tax.
Well, that's another example.
That's a big one. Yeah.
So, Mr Mayor, just to clarify that, and you don't have to look too far, the ones who aren't eligible, it's got nothing to do with we're not eligible for Works for Queensland because we're in southeast Queensland. If you have a look at who isn't eligible, they're in southeast Queensland too. Brisbane, Gold Coast, Noosa, Redlands, Sunshine Coast. The only part of Toowoomba that's in southeast Queensland is the statistical division of Toowoomba. But we're not eligible in the rest of it for Works for Queensland because the whole lot is suggested by the Queensland government that we're in southeast Queensland. Yet, when it comes to something like this, not just us that's not being included, every single one of those not included are in the southeast Queensland area. So there is no rhyme or reason for this, unless it's political. So I'd have to say that to you. And I'm sorry that those things get in the way of a community's recovery when they've been hit by COVID, and our community's been hit just as hard as other communities. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't have, every community deserves to be involved in this, and ours should be involved as well.
Okay, Councillor Shine, and then we might just get a seconder for the motion and we'll go through the formal debate. Councillor Shine, then Councillor Summerfield, you wish to speak to?
I just think we should be debating it. There's a fair bit of stuff going on at the moment that's debate.
Well, I'm taking the previous comments as comments, and I'll take Councillor Shine's in the same way.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. It is a bit perplexing as to why we are in it, and bearing in mind our geographical position. My recollection was that when Terry McEnroth came up with the, I think it was the 2020 South East Queensland plan, he posed the question as to whether Toowoomba should be in it, and I was the member for Toowoomba North at the time, and it appeared at that time that it was to Toowoomba's benefit as a city, and the electorate that I then represented was a purely city electorate at that time, to be in it. I certainly don't think it's to our benefit anymore. And the big thing that's occurred since then is amalgamation, which has changed, you know, obviously radically what we as a council and who we as a council represent. So whilst I am conscious of the caveat that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has raised, that there could be good things that we might miss out on, I think collectively there's we'd be hard-pressed to know what they are, and we certainly know the deficits involved at the moment, and I'd be happy to support the motion for that reason, and also for the reason that Councillor McDonald mentioned about our experiences in Oakey last week. Okay, you've got a mover for the motion. Councillor McDonald, you've moved it.
Yeah, moved.
I need a seconder, please.
I seconded.
Councillor Taylor has seconded that. Do you wish to go into debate? Whilst we've had a lot of discussion.
Clarification, Mr Mayor, I've said it twice and I don't think anyone's listened. Every council that's not eligible that's written on there is also in South East Queensland, so it's not because we're in South East Queensland.
I think we heard that, and that's dead right, and there's an inconsistency there, I'd suggest. We have a mover, we have a seconder. Do you wish to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Do you want me to sum up or anything? Do you want me to mention anything?
No, mate, you're you've won it.
Those in favour?
Good.
Carried.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Item number 12.3, which probably leads in beautifully with the discussions we've had today, in fact, around employment and particularly Bridge. First of all, so I move that in accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders policy, permission to be granted to consider at the meeting the future use of Council's Oakey Depot. That's to get it on the table.
Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Taylor again. Those in favour? It's carried.
So the motion is in two parts, and there's a couple of very pertinent words that I'll emphasise as we work through this. Number one, that Council consider a manufacturing industry business incubator precinct as a potential reuse for the Oakey Depot. And number two, the Council be presented with potential business models at a future Environment and Community Committee meeting. That's the motion, so you want to get a second before I talk to it? Or?
We'll second it. Councillor Megan.
So, Mr Mayor, the reasons being have been distributed. However, I will read for those that don't have the facility to look at that. The closure of the Oakey Depot has seen the redeployment of 60 to 80 staff to the new principal depot in Charlton, and therefore opening up an opportunity for reuse of the site at Oakey. Oakey has a wide and varied existing manufacturing industry with greater opportunities to develop and grow into the future. The Oakey and surrounds have long been a location for industry. Darling Downs Fabricating, Riverina, Subarc, Field Quip, Ag Care Machinery, Coops Queensland, Oakey Power, Oakey Beef Exports, Oakey Army Aviation Training Centre, Transport and Logistics, New Hope Group, McCormack Industry Albany, Beef City, Bundaberg Molasses, Performance Feeds Kingsthorpe, RNs in Gumbunji are examples of existing businesses with a strong manufacturing element. Add to this the planned inland rail, and Oakey presents itself geographically as an ideal place for this sort of business incubator model. Oakey State High School is officially an Education Queensland Trade Training Centre, where Certificate 1 construction and Certificate 2 in engineering courses are promoted to students. Adding further strength to this proposal is the anecdotal evidence coming from the Oakey Youth Project, finding that there is a high proportion of young people in Oakey who have left school, ages of 18 to 24, who remain unemployed. This proposal is a great fit for Oakey, a town that deserves some positive news now and into the future. And just reflect a little bit on what Penny Hamilton was saying, the CEO of Yellowbridge this morning, around the employment of young people being so critical for their mental health and well-being. And we also had a deputation a little earlier from Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise talking about manufacturing equating to some $2 billion with a B, dollars into our economic contribution to our region. So there is great reason for this to be seen as an opportunity. As I say, and I stress that the motion is to consider and is to look at potential reuse for the Oakey Depot.
Any comments around the room? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just have a question, and that is, not being in chamber in the previous term, how was the decision made, or what was the decision regarding this? I guess if there was the principal depot and the Oakey Depot was to be closed, then was the economic impact of that and the psychological impact of that on Oakey considered when that decision was made? Is this a revision of a decision that was made in the previous term? Where do we? I find it. I imagine that this was considered previously. So is this a reversal of that?
I'm happy for me to do that, Mr Mayor. So we have what's called the depot strategy, and it highlighted all the depots around the region, and through service delivery we looked at the best model for increasing service delivery, increasing safety of our staff. And the principal depot that's where it started, that conversation. And Oakey, being in close proximity to the principal depot, was seen as an opportunity for us to shift staff into the principal depot, and hence that's where we are. During that process, it also looked at reuse of sites, but the business case and business models for how that was to develop haven't advanced. So there were some ideas around the Oakey Depot as at other depots, but it hasn't advanced to a point where council officers have brought something back to council of any concrete significance for us to actually determine. So this enables our council officers to have some strategic outlook on what that could be. And this will be one of a number of options. But I really thought for this council, from a strategic perspective, looking at unemployment in the area, look at growth in manufacturing, the existing businesses that are there, what's at the site itself, the actual physical site with the necessary equipment to do manufacturing and servicing, it just looks to be a great fit. So this gives officers, if you like, an opportunity to show, to bring council some information on what that could look like, as well as other options. But this is one that's on the table for them to consider.
Thank you.
It's really good.
Any other questions? Anyone? Oh, Councillor McMahon, yes.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor McDonald, look, we had the motion about the Darling Downs plan, and similar to Councillor Von Hoff, I'd never heard of it until last night. The motion was fairly generic, just taking it and putting our hand up and, you know, getting the ideas rolling. This one, similarly, the Manufacturing Industry Business Incubator Project, is one that I hadn't heard of since last night, and this motion is a little more pointed than the earlier one, that we actually consider doing it. I appreciate your reason for the motion outlines how good Oakey is, but I don't see a lot of information of what this particular project is, and having never heard of it, being new to council, I'm reluctant. I'm wondering if you could provide information on specifically what this project is, and if we're going to vote on it today, that we consider doing it. I think that's important.
Thanks. Can I answer that for you, Mr Mayor? Thanks, Councillor McMahon, for your question. It's a pertinent one and an important one. And that's why I guess I emphasised the wording in the motion, which was to consider, wasn't to actually enact, and it was to bring back other potential, as this is one potential reuse of the site. So there will be other options come forward. I guess the reason to put this on the table is to give officers that confidence that as a council, we're actually looking at employment for that particular township, opportunity for school leavers, and linking with the education department. So it gives a strategy, if you like, for council officers to look at and bring back one of the reuses. So important words are consider and potential in the first motion. So it's not locking council in to, I came up with the acronym last night, which is a pretty ordinary one, which is MIBI, but something along those lines is not uncommon. It's been done other places, not only in Australia, in Queensland, around the world. You know, it is about getting people that perhaps might have a backyard business at the moment that want to go to the next level. So these are where they could stay for 6 months or maybe 12 months, build up the business and then locate in that particular township, therefore employing more people, and then someone else comes in. That's the general model of an incubator. So this isn't locking council in, just picking up on your wording before, Councillor McMahon.
No, I appreciate that. Follow-up for me, Mr Mayor. The first one raised the need to review. I can come along with that, but I consider, and you said it's one of many options, but we're considering this one solely, and I don't know enough about this one or the other options to, I suppose, and I appreciate everything you're saying. Consider's a very loose word, but this option at the expense of everything else, without knowing terribly a lot about this option, is, I think, a bit of a hard one.
Can I just emphasise?
Yeah, you can answer that.
Potential reuse as well. So, as is always the case, officers will come back with a variety of options, and this will now be one of those options if it goes through today. That's all it is.
Okay, Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that over in Taiwan a lot of this happens, and exactly as Councillor McDonald says, they're nurtured there until they get to a particular level, and then they're out and go and find something. And this isn't saying I think that this is a great, like they call it skunk labs and things like that. So, and it could be a bit like canvas cow working, and you can get things, particularly with the school with their program there, what was it, the Trade Training Centre, it could and it might, and it's not saying it will, but it's saying it's one of the things that we can consider there. Nothing else has been produced for us to look at in that area, and we've been looking at it for a few years, and I mean now it's imminent that they go, so perhaps this just signifies the fact that we're going to get a little bit serious about what's going to happen out there before it falls off the radar completely.
It's the beginning of a journey, once again. Anyone else wishing to make anything? Otherwise, I will put the motion. The motion, to me, has merit, and it's the beginning of a journey where we can investigate it and Council can ultimately make the final decision. Okay, the motion's before you, moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Now, we're about to close the meeting, unless there's any other general business.
Another item, Councillor.
Other item?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll try and be quick. So in accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders policy, I seek permission be granted to consider a resolution around the spillway upgrades.
Around?
Spillway upgrades.
Spillway upgrade, right.
An email has been circulated to all
Happy to second that.
Okay, that's been moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour of coming to the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I've forwarded that to you too, Wendy. I don't know whether you've checked that. That Mayor Antonio, Councillor Von Hoff from Water and Waste, Councillor Jeff McDonald from Finance and Business Strategy, and I meet with Minister Lynham to discuss A, a review of the decision to upgrade the dam spillways, B, if the outcome of that meeting still requires upgrade, that a request for funding from the state government for planning and scoping of the project is included in the discussion, and C, at that point, if the full scope of works is known, funding for the works be requested from state and federal government. And the background to this is that I would see that it was a knee-jerk reaction post the 2011 floodways to upgrade all spillways across Queensland. The upgrade I believe to be world standards, not Australian, but we can ground truth all of this prior to the meeting with the Minister. This is a significant cost and no work whatsoever has ever been done on trying to access external funding for what could be a $160 million plus project. As staff progress towards implementing the upgrades with no plan to outsource the funding, it could totally destroy our current financial rating.
Okay. Any comments around the room? Certainly it's a worthwhile resolution to put forward, I think.
I can make a comment if you don't mind, Mr Mayor, and that I think Councillor Summerfield's absolutely correct in saying that this was in reaction to the events of 2011 and that it was to international standards rather than to Australian standards.
Absolutely. No other comments? If not, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried. Councillors, any more resolutions from the floor?
Well, it doesn't look like it. So it was.
Okay, do you wish to have a brief break now?
Yep.
We're going to close, aren't we?
We're going into closed session. Do you wish to have just a brief break now?
Yep.
I can't see any indication of yes or no.
Yep, happy to.
To adjourn for 5 minutes.
Happy to adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll come back and we'll go into closed session. Earn me money today, mate. Reopen the meeting. Would someone like to move that we go into closed session, please? Councillors O'Shea and McMahon, those in favour? Is carried. Carried. Brendan, all's well? Thumbs up from Brendan. Item 14, the Mulmerran Pool refurbishment. Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Move the recommendation. Those in favour? It is carried. Move then to the Regional Architecture and Heritage Branch restructure.
Happy to move.
Moved by Councillor McDonald. A seconder, please. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carol Taylor. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 9, the one we've just discussed, consideration of request for rate concession. The motion before you, the draft motion before you, we'd need a mover and a seconder for that motion. Councillor Shine's motion.
I would second it.
Councillor Shine has moved.
I move, so moved.
Councillor McDonald has seconded that. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is...
What was the, where'd you vote?
I'm voting with the second one, yeah. Well, that's the motion's lost. Now, we move to the original motion, the original recommendation.
Before you do, could I call for a division on that motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So let's get, it was 4
It was 5-4.
names. We need the names.
Those who are in the room for that vote, who voted in favour of were Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Tim. Those who voted against that resolution were Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor O'Shea and myself. Okay, we move then to, so that motion is lost. We move then to the original recommendation. Moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconder. Councillor Summerfield. That's the original recommendation. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? Let's go again.
Should be 6, Mr Mayor.
6, if you...
6-4.
Just go again. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3. Okay, the motion is carried.
With great regret.
Could I ask for a division on that motion as well?
Okay. Ask for a division on that motion. Those against were Councillor McDonald, Shine and Melissa Taylor. Those for, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor O'Shea and myself.
Councillor McMahon? No, not Councillor McMahon.
I voted against.
You voted against, righto. Yeah. Sorry, my humblest apology, Tim.
Melissa Taylor vote against?
Melissa Taylor voted
Against?
against, yeah.
Yep. 4 to 6.
4 versus 6, yeah. Okay, well, that's a very long day coming to an end. Thank you very much for your patience today. I think there's been some messages come out of this chamber that good, bad and indifferent, and I hope the staff were able to cope with the whole thing. But anyhow, thanks very much to the staff for being here. We shall no doubt meet again in the not too distant future. But as far as today is concerned, it's all over. Meeting closed.
All good.